No intro needed. I'm here. How's it going? Are we hyped? Is it romantic chambers? This guy. I know, right? The fuck is this guy doing here? Eating some beef kebab. Fuck yeah. Hold up. Fix some things. Never mind. Not fix some things. Now, why are you like this, OBS? This message is like slightly off center. Yeah, like there. There we go. Nope. Tiny. Get in the corner. Chat. We're gonna hang out over here this time. Actually, no, chat being there is problematic. Just hang out above my head. Chances are good nothing is going to be in the left corner, but something, or the, yeah, left corner is probably safe. Right corner, however, not always safe. Because there could be skills and stuff going on over there. Nice. Look at that, right there. Now I'm probably on here double. There we go. Okay, cool. I really should, like, someday make that a unified block, so if I move my webcam, I can move chat. But in some games, you want to have them in two different places, and that's whatever. It's like a mess how I have this set up. But, I've gotten used to working with it now. Because I gotta keep webcam on one scene, and then the nest layer has all the stuff, and then in the nest layer, I have to move chat around. And to do that, I have to turn the webcam back on to know where that is, and there's definitely better ways to do it, but you know what? Doesn't matter. Yeah, I might just, like, make a webcam scene with chat layer that I can then toggle on and off and move around. That way I have one that's not and one that is. It would work. That way the whole thing can just move as one big brick. I will do that at some point, but I'll probably do that off of other things that I need to do. Because yeah, it would be nice to be able to move it as one. I mean, realistically, I could have, like, within the webcam scene, I could just have, like, multiple folder, like, styles, and then just toggle off whichever one I'm using that has chat attached to it. So, like, one above, one to the right, one to the left, one below. And then that way, that one scene can hold all the things, and then I can just toggle off which I need, and then I can move it where I want it to be. But then again, I like move my webcam like once every 2 years, so, or not once every 2 years, every 2 months, so it's fine. What does this one have? It's just unlocked. Yeah, okay, that's just unlocked. Why'd you wake up? I don't know. Why am I awake? I slept, like, really poorly last night. I slept like shit. I don't know why either. Like, I was tired when I went to bed, but I just, like, woke up a lot more than I expected to wake up. Where's my phone? Weekend deal. Atomfall. 20% off. Thanks, team. Waking up, eating breakfast, and sleeping again. Hell yeah. Capcom's got stuff on sale. Dying Light. In terms of a name for a game, I think Dying Light is probably like, game aside, game's good, but I think name for a game, I think Dying Light's probably like one of my favorite names for a game, because it's such a like, it's such a clear name, but also like, you know exactly what's going on in the premise of the world from the naming of from that, because it like makes sense with the game's mechanic as well. Lying Dight. That sounds like a, well, I don't know what it sounds like. Yes, that's the vibe and everything. It's like it's a really really good name. I don't know. And I was thinking like for some reason it sounded like a fucking sandwich shop where you order a sandwich but don't get a sandwich. I don't know. You know, like Pickle and Dick's would be like a sandwich shop that has a bunch of sandwiches that you can get pickles on, you know? I don't know why, I just like it. Like, oh, that sounds like a sandwich shop. It sounds like a shop. Don't go down that list. Oh no, I'm aware. I'm aware. This one's safe. Deltarune. Void War. Yeah, this was the FTL lookalike. Actually, honestly, there's no... Huh. There's no, cultured concept. I said, well, the one on there, Echoes is, but... Usually there's, like, way more. Resident is wrong. I actually didn't read the Resident chapter yet. I was going to, and then I actually fell asleep, so I was like, well... I'm gonna get more sleep. We'll read it tonight, though. I will definitely read it. They're usually in pop-up. Oops. Not doing my trash at the same time. Hollow Idol. They make a clicker game of Hollow Live. I drink sorrel coffee to reboot reality, but I'm being haunted by girls of the agents. What the I can't even scroll down to see what that one is. Living with my little sister. Popular upcoming Dune Awakening and Living with my little sister. Well, you know what? They're not family. 2.0 is coming to 7 Days to Die. Huh. No Man's Sky is getting bacon. I'm super early. We've got a stream starting in 30 minutes about things that are coming. Gonna play some No Man's this weekend? No Man's might be fun to just dive back into. I'm so far behind on the updates. I don't even know what's going on them anymore. Ugh. I'm usually on 10 minutes before. Oh, I just woke up earlier this time. Usually when it happens, like most of the streams happen at 3, so I'm like just barely waking up. But since the 4 o'clock ones, I'm usually awake more. It is Giga Blast from Fresh, can you? Okay. I have like the Living Vessel ship and shit in my first playthrough, but I haven't really seen a No Man's Sky update yet that like super entices me, so yeah, I mean that's kind of my thing, romantic as well. Like I like sandbox games that are more, I don't know, it's more something like 7 Days to Die is more so. I don't know. I need if I'm playing sandbox, it kind of needs to have like a reason. It's my number in queue. 31. Like RimWorld is a sandbox simulator, which I enjoy. 7 Days to Die is fun for a little bit. Point of Expeditions, yeah, true. Trying to think of what else I have. Start expeditions from there. Ah, okay. Can you search tags on Steam? Sandbox. 7 Days to Die, Against the Storm. Amazing Cultivation Simulator. Fuck yeah. Yeah, RimWorld definitely. I really want to play more of this game, but I don't know if it's good for stream. I want to play it though. I only got like 2 hours into it. It's like confusing as fuck, but it's like crazy RimWorld. What was this game? Amazing Cultivation Simulator is RimWorld, but if it was Wuzhou? What is it again? How do you say it? Yeah, how do you say that? Wuzhai? Wuxia. How to pronounce? How to pronounce? How to spell? How to pronounce? Wuxia. I always get it wrong. Seth has a really good video on it. Yeah. If you.
We are looking at how to pronounce this word from Chinese. How to say it correctly? The pronunciation is as
Wuxia.
as in W-H.
Wuxia. Okay. I'm just the same it wrong. I think I call it Wuxia. Wuxai. I don't say Xia. But yeah, that's Amazing Cultivation Simulator is essentially RimWorld, but just absolutely fucking insane. Archimate. What have we got? Arma. Wushu. I say most things wrong. Banished. I was interested in this game, but they basically said we need to come back. We need to go back and like rework everything. Balloons. Yeah, I don't know why these are classified sandbox. I mean, some of them are definitely not sandbox. Corekeeper, The Crew, Crusader Kings, Crisis, Cube World, Scam. Banished is great. Yeah, they said they're like redoing most of the shit in it. Other rhymes. 3 days. Catch up mechanics. Cube World. DayZ has an update. Interesting. Dead Rising. Man, I wish the new Dead Risings were shit. Don't Starve is okay. Dyson Sphere, Endless Eve, Evercron, Factorio, Fallout, Far Cry, Game Dev Tycoon. And 4. I miss the shenanigans of running around the mall with lawnmower dildo in hand. Didn't like the time limit of it. Yeah, I got used to it. Oh, really? Do you think we get Nier 3 and Neo 3 announced into just the same week? Fuck yeah. You could do stupid stuff. I saw some of the reviews, but at the same time, it just, I don't know. I like the, what in the fuck? Lugaro HD. Wow, I played some weird shit back in the day. Those of the great houses shall answer any blood wager issued. The victor may choose one of three fates for those bested to seize a trinket, bind them in employ, or decree banishment. Only the challenger risks death's embrace. All of the great houses of Kiat, Zijan, Bardia, and Azadan shall uphold this code or forfeit their standing in death trades. We are getting the replacement for, Betrayal. We, the leaders of the House of Tyrannus, and this article of the Tarth Code of the Fourth Messes of Tyrannus Permanent sealed in blood and oath. Yeah, we're getting a replacement, for Betrayal. Okay. No. No. What? No. Fuck off. Notifications. The Void? I know Pathological. Do I know Void? The Void. I haven't seen this one. No. What is it? 2016. Holy cow, that's old. Like a puzzle drawing game? Interesting. Huh. Interesting. A relaxing simulator? No, I'm not looking for another simulator. I'm having fun breaking ships apart. What else do I have in the survival category of things? What is this? Shapes 2. Oh god. Oh god. Nope. I got enough on my plate with Factory and Satisfactory to start another one of those. Matchless Kung Fu. Okay, that was a fun sandbox. It needed a lot more depth to it, but I can't wait to come back to this game in like 3 years if they keep updating and making changes to it. I would be like, this feels like one of those games that if they did crack it and like really fucking do it well, I think they could do some like really good shit. Because there's just so much that is possible. Otherwise people don't seem particularly fond of TARDIS. Huh, interesting. Get some like evil. Oh fuck, wait. Are we getting the Nemesis system? Because get a trinket, slay, or bind to enslavement. That's the Nemesis system from whatchamacallit. Is GGG about to be sued by Warner Brothers? Cause I mean, no, like legit. Oh yeah, yeah, legit. That would be the Nemesis system. That's funny. There's another game I really wish was much fucking more fleshed out. The patent is active until 2032. So yeah. Though the Nemesis patent is a bit weird because the Nemesis patent actually has to do with like server infrastructure as well. So it's not as cut and dry, but yeah. It's questionable, and depending on who you want to, you know.
Real miracle. I got to film the egg hatching.
Oh.
That required me shooting straight down between branches to an egg the size of a Tic Tac, and you can actually see it crack open and the little chick emerge. You get that little chick to get out of the shell. And I was filming from about
Then stab it with a beak.
above. I literally was in my bedroom with the window open and the camera just pointing straight down.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, the problem with Bannerlords is most of the... What's wrong with you? I mean, it did. It stabbed it. It went like, food! In the hole. Bannerlords is weird because, like, it took most of the Mountain Blade stuff that was already there, put a new skin on it, and was like, hey, look, we did it again. Where, like, everyone's like, yeah, you did. Now, can we get more? And they're like, sure! And then they just went radio silent. And then they're like, hey, look, we've got an expansion. I mean, they did make it worse in some ways, yes. They, like, legitimately somehow worsified some of the systems. It's like, I don't know. It sucks because they have, like, the premise for, like, one of the, like, greatest, like, simulator, like, combat games like this that exist. But they just cannot not fuck it up. Yeah, War Sales, new one. God, I can't wait to see how janky their ship combat is. It's gonna be amazing. My summer car. Now there's a simulator. There's a simulator worth playing. Nothing like the Finnish countryside. Noida, Oxygen, Pacific, PAL. Exile Piracy. Is it coming? Prison Architect, Zomboid. Zomboid is a sandbox I really do like. Prepare some coffee? Fuck yeah. Get that coffee. Yeah, Mountain Blade has the medieval, has there's a Lord of the Rings mod, there's a Warhammer mod, there's a couple other mods. Mountain Blade has a lot of, like, massive naps. Massive mods, not naps. Yeah, Zomboid is probably, like, my favorite sandbox survival that exists. Outside of, like survival sandbox-wise. I think FPS-wise, it's probably DayZ, and then simulation-wise, it's RimWorld, I'd say. Raft was fun. Raft felt like a game that didn't need to do the story stuff. I wish Raft had built upon the raft stuff and not the story stuff. I feel like the actual process of making the raft and expanding it and all that cool shit just kind of, like, was forgotten, and they're like, we're just gonna make a story game. I'm like, okay. Because I'd like to see that done. I'd like to see, like, living on the sea, drifting, building bases, doing, you know, having the game give you stuff as you get going. What else is in here? Man, I wish we got another Sleeping Dog someday. Sons of Valhalla is, I believe, also... Yeah, they have like a major content thing, because they were like, we need to go back to the drawing board. People really don't like the current state of the game. Yeah, it's like mixed. There's so many of these, like Sons of Valhalla, Two Kingdoms, and all. Like, Two Kingdoms is the one that started it, and there's a fuck ton of these games, but they all kind of just fuck it up. Made it home in time. Hell yeah, you did. Time for what? What's happening? Starbound. I don't know. Starbound, I have a lot of hours in. I've just never really, like, it never clicked like Terraria did. Mostly because it just, like, yeah. 9-hour shift. Oof. Stardew's great. I guess Stardew's like the cozy sandbox. What's up, drinks? Unturned, V-Rising. Valheim. Valheim's good as well. Witcher 3 is a sandbox. I guess that's one way to describe it. Do. What are we at? 17 minutes. It's time. It's soon time. Yeah, it's just because it's got the fucking big open world. People slapped the sandbox title onto it. So you can update stream live. Of course, villain. I plan to join the Grippen House. Right. Great. The Goon faction. Time to join the Gooning faction. They do be gripping. Night King's balance is all over the place. Yeah, it can be. There's not much else to say to it. Unwinnable, yeah. That's kind of what I was running into myself. I was just like, well, I like the game, but I would like it more if... Oh my god, there's so much... Oh. Don't refresh. Cross the calls for the third time? It might. They might. Greed is too strong if you don't have burst damage? Yeah. Greed is really painful. And then like mid game spells can also be really brutal because they have so much AoE. It is pretty nuts. Turn up the volume on that a little bit. But, you know, early access. Hopefully they can figure it out. What's in the big patch? Never really struggled again. Or it is a rebellion, nothing. Oh, yeah. Animation revamped that should immediately improve performance on all systems. RAM usage considerably enhanced. Improve attack speed processing during late game. Glass Staff's degree no longer caps stats. Overwork now works with shrines. Flamethrower now moves faster when it levels up. Trebuchet and Flamethrower now properly display stats increased when leveled up. Okay, so it was doing stuff. Fix my sim spawning speeds is now faster and actually 9 seconds on normal speed. Warden perk is no longer re-triggered upon load. Spire now officially heals walls. Oh. Listen to your needs. I don't know if they're gonna listen to any one player's needs specifically. Marks to slow the game down, bores to get stuck, conculators to work again after loading a game, dispensers to gain extra buffs every time you load the game, lab rat save glitch, overhaul no longer levels up every time you load a run, fix the glitch that caused them null appropriately, got rid of the double scapegoat glitch, fix tower pivot. Okay. The Sparrow's giving him levels 3 extra life. Oh, okay. That's probably how progress is supposed to be then, yeah. Everyone loves a big spire. We're at 12 minutes. 12 fucking minutes. We're almost there. Spire gray. I end up building something that requires a whole lot of totems. Maybe. Dune Awakening launches in advanced access to mostly negative reviews on Steam. What the hell? Did it really? Huh? Okay. That says mostly positive in my opinion, but okay. Awful game, absolutely terrible. I plan to spend several thousand hours playing. Nice. Whatever. I just saw the headline, I was like, what? That headline's not true. What? Oh my god. Dune Awakening launches in advanced access to mostly positive reviews on Steam. Dune Awakening launches in advanced access to mostly negative reviews on Steam. Now, hold up now. Now hold up now. I don't know if I understand the news cycle that well, but what? Something tells me someone is just doing some of the old click farming there. Not saying that's the case, but like, yeah. Good times. Good fucking times. What we got? 10 minutes. Lagoon. Man, I want more chapters. I want more chapters. Make some tea. Hell yeah. Oh, it's online, gotcha. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, romantic, yeah. It's tagged as an MMO. Is it really? Huh. I didn't realize that. I wasn't gonna play it either way, but... all good. It'll be private servers? There's nothing wrong with play. I think it's, realistically, I would assume it's just like the natural progression. Look, Final Fantasy Tactics is on Steam. September 30th, 3 months. $50, huh? Cool. There's BA in there. Yeah, I think realistically the natural progression for...
impressive, challenger.
For... Vash, thank you so much for the 6 months. Appreciate sticking around and supporting the content. The natural progression for most survival things is going to be online stuff, because there's so many single player ones that to make hype for those nowadays, you kind of have to go online. So I kind of get it, but at the same time, it's... yeah, I don't know. I don't really want a bunch of Rust clones. Peakview? I mean, I'm sure the sites exist for it. Somewhere. Dune Awakening. What else is going on? Just saying what. Heroes of Valor. What? I'm confused. Heroes of Valor. Isn't that just Battlefield? Wait, what? Heroes of Valor. What? Battlefield Heroes. Huh? Wait. Where is it? Battlefield Heroes. Okay, I'm not crazy. This is the same game, isn't it? Oh, yeah, it is. Battlefield Heroes is an incredibly fun shooter that DICE made that was silently shut down, but Heroes of Valor has basically made a new version of it. Oh. Okay. Interesting. Because I remember this from like years ago. Weird.
The hail of harpoons!
Harpoons! It's too early for harpoons. Bring out the boats. Goops, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Spin away, spin away. What are we at? 3 minutes! Oh shit, it's about to go. More exciting. That was good. Appreciate the 5 gifted subs, Goops. Yeah, Shanks, yeah, options are always gonna be the most welcome. No doubt. If you need to take a piss, do it now. Nut. Nut indeed. Press the nut. Let's see. Do we get replacement for betrayal? Do we get balance changes? Do we get lost in the sauce? Made dinner. Hell yeah. It'll be interesting to see where this goes. It's been, you know, 10 months. So it'll be... we get ballet buffs again. It's been 1 week since he reminded me about this song. Been a while since I heard that song. Yeah, no, it's only been in production since a couple weeks after Po 2's last. What song? Just type in "it's been 1 week" into Google. You'll hear it. You'll know it. You'll believe it in your ears. VOD has audio. Hopefully. Metamorph 2. I'll take it. We're adding towers to Po 2's endgame. Honestly, I don't think there's anything we could add to Po 2 that would like really make me despise or Po 1 anymore that make me despise it. If they just said we're making it Poe 2, then I'd be like, yeah, shit, what now, biscuits? No. But I don't think they're doing that. Becomes a D4, man. I'm gonna make my own game with blackjack and hookers. And also an action RPG. 1 minute remains. We're close. Tantalizingly close. You're late? No, you're not. The timer's still on screen. And Diablo, like, I read that as a dildo, like, I'm like, well, I mean, has there been a saucy action RPG yet? Maybe. It also works, yes. Welcome to me just waking up. A blackjack and of course, I'll take it. So I made. I'm surprised. There probably is one. It's probably shit. But like, you know.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games. And today we're here to showcase a new expansion for PoE 1. It's certainly been too long since we had one of these.
Really?
Now we had some struggles as a studio for a little while there, but we've got our shit together and we're back in action now. Path of Exile Secrets of the Atlas is coming out 1 week from now on the 13th of June. And we're committing right now to a 4-month cycle for both PoE 1 and 2.
Okay.
That means the next PoE 2 League will be in August, and the next PoE 1 League after that will be in October. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Skull of Undeath helmet skin by following the instructions below. This Skull of Undeath will track and show your total number of kills, deaths, and your KDR. Just because Path of Exile isn't a first-person shooter doesn't mean this isn't important. Proudly or shamefully, link it to your friends or in global chat to show it off.
Okay.
And with that, let's get to why you're here. Secrets of the Atlas.
Yes. Drops work. Fuck yeah, they do.
You can search 1,000 worlds and still never truly discover who you are. Trust me. I should know. But now, I seek something more tangible.
Seek bit rate.
Someone I care for. Trapped within the Atlas.
She's back, baby!
Memories. Made real.
What have you done?
Made grotesque. Made foul.
We're time traveling to Zana's memories?
Must be destroyed.
Hell yeah.
Must be eradicated.
Losses for days. What is this bit rate?
We must find the originator.
What the fuck?
We must save my sister.
Wait. Zana's the boss, and we're saving her with her Zana's brother.
Is an illusion made real.
Eldrick Ussy. Kingsmart's complete. Crafting. Rune crafts. Oh shit.
Drink deep the waters of life.
Betrayal has been reworked. And more.
You're either a client or a target.
Oh, we get mercs. Oh, that's what it was. Holy shit. We get fucking mercs from D2. Also, their stream is in the wrong setting. They're accidentally trying to stream at 4K.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. As you just saw from the trailer, there's a lot to show you. Today, we will take you on a deep dive into the new Path of Exile Secrets of the Atlas in-game update.
Okay.
Then, we'll explore the new Challenge League, the Mercenaries of Trathus. After that, we'll cover the integration of gold into PoE 1, and how we're bringing Settlers of Kalgur into the core game. Finally, we have a much-awaited upgrade to Betrayal League, and a set of quality of life improvements.
Okay.
Then, we'll wrap up by discussing our boss kill race event, showing you our new supporter packs, and ending with a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask
Cue
Jonathan
those
and I
A's.
your questions from Twitch chat. In Path of Exile Secrets of the Atlas, strange rifts have begun
Gotcha.
to appear across the Atlas.
Don't put your dick in it.
Zana has returned and appears to be trapped within.
Uh-huh.
Partway through the endgame, you will meet Egan, an intelligent man of mysterious heritage. These tears in reality he has discovered are actually threads of memory, distorted and made real by the Atlas. Egan is able to create a link to these memory threads and open portals to them. Working with Egan, you must step through and find Zana, or whatever remains of her.
Okay. It's synthesis, I think.
So that's the story background. But how does this expansion actually work? In The Secrets of the Atlas, the pursuit of Zana with Egon is a new storyline that is introduced in high-tier maps.
Oh.
Upon meeting Egan and discovering the tier, he will then transfer it to your map device and reveal this on your atlas.
Oh,
a thread of memories.
they're using that system.
In order to now access each map on the thread, you simply need to talk to Egan when you're ready, and he'll open the areas in sequence.
Okay.
These areas can be fully influenced by your atlas tree, scarabs, fragments, and everything of the sort.
Alright.
As you work your way along the thread, you will discover that these maps have manifested dangerous threats, influenced by the memories of Zana herself. Monsters here are imbued with memory petals. Defeat them to absorb this power, which can be unleashed as a special ability during
Collect
combat.
flowers.
Different maps on the thread have different abilities, and these abilities appear on an additional mini skill bar next to your regular skills. For example,
Okay.
Memory of Disbelief will cause all affected monsters to stop dropping equipment items, meaning they can now only drop more valuable items, like currency and maps. Memory of Panic will make all affected monsters revive immediately after death, which means you can get twice as much experience and drops from them. And Memory of Impatience will cause all surrounding enemies to give you their souls, temporarily increasing your power.
Yeah, it's more
As you
Sentinel-like then.
progress further into the thread of memories, the maps can have more than one memory, and thus you can have more than one powerful ability.
Huh.
As you gather memory petals, you can use these powers together. Each skill costs its own amount of memory petals. So using the examples above,
Hold on,
you
let me
can
try.
first use Memory of Impatience to become way more powerful, then use Memory of Panic to prepare them to revive when they are slain, then use Memory of Disbelief to cause them to drop better, more valuable items. Finally, obliterate them all. The Memory of Panic will kick in, causing them to revive,
Let me see if I can put it on auto. Sorry, it
allowing you to get all the experience and enhanced drops twice.
works
There are
better.
many combinations of these powers, so you'll have to carefully consider how they best work together. That's not the only extra layer of content juicing these maps
It
offer.
might look a little bit better.
As you defeat the boss of each map along the thread, you are presented with an altar. This altar will apply a modifier to all following maps in the thread, and these will stack as you go. So the
Oh.
deeper you delve into a memory, the more mods you will have.
So it's like
This, combined with the special
influence
abilities,
stuff.
will allow for some of the most juice maps ever run in Path of Exile. Let's take a look at some of the altar mods. You are always presented with two choices and must pick one. This mod, for example, will cause some rare monsters to be possessed by tormented spirits, where this mod makes Kerak modifiers free to craft. Both of these apply to all subsequent maps in the thread. The final map in each thread is a true challenge, with all the altar mods applying to it and guarded by a powerful boss. Each of these bosses are familiar, but dreamlike, drawn from Zana's memories
Oh,
and
shit.
warped by the Atlas into something very different
Hell yeah.
and terrifying. In this
Oh,
map,
Livestacker
you will
it
fight
is.
the pinnacle boss,
Let's become immortal.
Cirrus. Fueled by Zana's affectionate memories of him, his enhanced abilities can prove to be a unique challenge.
Oh shit.
If you manage to defeat Cirrus, or one of the other warped memory bosses, they will drop a map fragment, which Egan can use to delve deeper into the memory
Boosted
text.
Cyrus. Exactly what we're looking for.
With these, you can access a set of 3 new pinnacle bosses.
What?
In this arena, the moment of reverence, Zana is reliving a memory of her father, Valdo, giving a passionate speech in Oriath. The Atlas distorts this memory of her father as a powerful, influential man and manifests those emotions into a twisted nightmare, the incarnation of dread.
The bullet hell is real.
Another memory created is the incarnation of
What the
neglect
fuck?
and the incarnation of fear. Good luck, Exiles.
Uh-huh.
Of course, if you are brave and strong enough to defeat them, each of these new pinnacle bosses have new unique items befitting them.
Of course.
If you slay the incarnation of fear, you might be lucky enough to find the Starcaller unique abyssal axe.
Huh.
We're gonna show this one because it's straight up badass.
Okay.
The Starcaller axe is a weapon that can harness the power of the stars
Nice.
themselves to deal immense damage. What makes it shine, however, is that on melee crit, it casts Starfall, a new skill. With the right build, you can carpet entire areas and wipe out screens of enemies.
It's
as you rain
cast
down
on
the
crit
elements
built
upon them.
in Firestorm.
Another item you may find, and this one is my favorite, is the Wine of the Prophet unique flask. It consumes a lot of charges, but every time you use it, you draw a random divination card. This card appears
What?
above you and correlates to a powerful buff. If you draw the Escape card, you'll gain increased movement speed. Or maybe you'll draw the Doctor, which will cause you to gain the modifiers of slain rares you kill. Effectively, you can think of this unique as being many other uniques all in one. There are
Righto.
many cards to draw, each with varying degrees of power to grant.
Fuck, I was gonna say fucking Twisted Fate.
Okay, but let's get back to the Atlas.
Hell yeah.
After defeating all 3 new pinnacle bosses, you'll be able to find new memory-influenced Tier 16 maps. These maps come with the previously mentioned special abilities and monsters infused with memory pedals,
That's where I was gonna
but can
fucking
also
fly,
roll the
yeah.
same modifiers typically found on Tier 17 maps, making them far more rewarding.
Yeah.
With all these new memory maps comes a new item mechanic. Items in these maps can drop with memory strands, and will have a random amount up to 100. This does a few things. When you identify the item, it will increase the tiers of modifiers your item has. Generally speaking, the more memory strands, the better the item will be.
Oh.
On top of this, whenever you're crafting that item using currency orbs to replace or add modifiers, such as alterations, chaos, and so forth, it will consume some memory strands to make the crafted mods more powerful.
So
The
that's
new
how they're
pinnacle bosses
balancing the.
also drop new crafting currencies, which can be used to manipulate the amount of memory strands on an item. The Orb of Remembrance will let you add memory strands to any normal equipment. So if you have your perfect base to craft on, and it doesn't already have memory strands, you can add some before crafting it. The Orb of Unraveling will consume all remaining memory strands on an item to randomly upgrade its mod tiers.
Oh shit.
This orb's effectiveness is based on the number of memory strands it consumes. The Orb of Intention can be used on memory-influenced maps to reduce item drops, but improve the chance to find items with memory strands.
Alright.
In
You-
the process
yeah,
of
you
adding
can
these
brute
new
force
currency
some.
items, we realized something was missing. The Shaper and the Elder did not have their own Exalted Orbs. This has now been rectified. Both bosses now have Exalted Orbs,
Rectifier.
which can add their influence to an item.
Cool.
Zana was there from the beginning, when the Shaper Pinnacle fight was first added. She helped defeat the Elder, and she was a critical part of the Conqueror's storyline. Now, with all 6 influence types having their own Exalted Orbs, the cycle is complete. It's almost as if we could now do some sort of new, epic, unique item to interact with them.
What?
In other news, there of course has to be Atlas passive tree support for this new endgame content.
Uh-oh.
Let's take a look at a few things we're adding. The Grasp the Past notable passive skill increases the chance for the amount of memory strands on items dropped in your memory influence maps to be
Okay.
lucky. This means it will roll the number of memory strands twice, keeping the highest value. By allocating traumatic experience, remembered kindness,
Shroud
and educated
again.
upbringing, you'll decrease the chance of finding memory threads that lead to specific bosses,
Oh.
meaning you'll have better chances at finding the memory threads you would like to run.
I mean, I like the
This
memory
is
thread
especially
system
useful
for
if
better
you want to
IDs.
target farm a specific boss because of its unique item drops. In sum, the secrets of the Atlas will have you questioning what is real as you attempt to free Zana from warped memories scattered throughout the Atlas.
I wonder what the unique
You'll
is gonna
fight
be.
new Guardian and Pinnacle bosses tormenting her, find crazy new Pinnacle uniques, combine and unleash memory petal-empowered skills, juice maps to new heights, and craft powerful new items. While we were showing all the juicy rewards from the new endgame system, you might have noticed that a lot of gold was dropping. Let's talk about that. Gold was introduced during the Settlers of Kalgur expansion. It funded the development and operations of King's March, along with various new features such as the currency exchange, the black market, and the passive respec system with Faustus.
Never used that system.
Those features offered by Faustus will be here to stay, along with some of the other services King's
Right,
March
DPL,
has to
yeah.
offer. We'll get more into that later, but don't worry. King's March has already been completed. There will be no more town building.
Yay!
Like before, gold will be used for town services, but we're also adding a new way to use it in the upcoming league.
Okay.
It's time to talk about Mercenaries of Trathus.
D2's back,
In this
baby!
league, you will meet veterans who have traveled all the way from the lawless cities of Trathus. They're ready to offer their sinister services, but not for free. You will encounter these mercenaries as you journey through Rayclast, one in each area. They have their own personalities and come with different builds, skills, and items already equipped. After meeting them, as per the Trathan Code, they will challenge you to a duel, a test of strength and conviction.
Fight me.
Before beginning the
Wha-
duel,
oh.
you will be offered an overview of the mercenary you've encountered.
Oh, weird.
Here, you can see the gear they have equipped, the skills they employ, and any support effects augmenting those skills.
Okay.
You must now make a choice. You can hire their services, take one of their items, or exile them. If you choose to hire them, for a gold cost, they will accompany you as a skilled combatant to assist you in fighting monsters throughout Rayclast.
Okay.
Once you've decided, you can begin the duel. This is a great opportunity to test them, as you don't want to be out of pocket with a useless rookie. However, they're testing you too. They also don't want to be working for an amateur. So, what items might they be using? Generally speaking, mercenary gear is more powerful than what you'd normally find from defeating monsters, as
Okay.
they've been crafting their items too. They can also come equipped with unique items, those that would make sense for the skills they are using. There are even some new unique items that can only be obtained from defeating them. One such unique is Scornflux. These boots combine agility with the mastery of the arcane. While equipped, increases to cast speed from Arcane Surge also apply to movement speed, which is worth noting is now 20% inherently from Arcane Surge, up from 10. They also grant Arcane Surge when you use a movement skill. This allows for some speedy spellcasters. Sometimes you may meet particularly infamous Trathan mercenaries, bearing the name of their house. These mercenaries descend from the 4 major death trade families in Trathus. They are less common, but have far better items. And they are also the sole source of items with new, infamous modifiers, unseen before in Rayclast, such as these gloves, which convert all of your minions' fire damage to chaos damage.
Righto.
Or this helmet, which causes nearby enemies to take more physical damage as you gain more fortification. If you're not swayed by any of their equipped gear, however, you can always challenge them for the contents of their pockets. If you lose the duel, don't worry. You don't need to give them an item. You aren't bound to Trathan tradition like they are. However, you are bound to Rayclast tradition, so you'll just die.
Almost at me. Well, not really.
While playing in a party, each player can decide whether or not they want to participate in combat against the mercenary. For each player that opts in, the mercenary gets more difficult. But if they're defeated, each player has a 50% chance to get a random reward, which is usually currency items from the mercenary's pouch.
Okay.
Alternatively, party members that opt out of the fight can spectate and cheer you on. Or they might wish for your demise, so they can pick up that allocated divine waiting off screen.
What?
Let's say you won the
Righto.
duel, like their items, and have decided to hire them. What combat skills do they bring to the table? Each mercenary has an archetype. Here, this mercenary is an Eruptor, which perfectly couples with my slower, more aura-focused Scion. This mercenary is highly aggressive, and will get a lot of benefit from the auras and buffs I provided. When I'm playing a
Okay.
more aggressive character myself though, I'll want a mercenary with a bit more resilience and utility. I've just run into a Striker, who can spawn with Vigilant Strike. And if you're lucky, a very rare golden support that causes the Fortify granted by his Vigilant Strike to apply to me as well.
Oh.
He will also frequently use Enduring Cry, taunting enemies off of me, and operating as a tanky frontline while I blitz off damage from the back.
Interesting.
Sometimes when you fight a mercenary, you may notice the skills they're using are different from normal. For example, this sniper is using a Trathan version of Siege Ballista. If you're lucky, you will be able to select it as your reward when challenging them. Then defeat them, and they'll drop the Trathan gem as promised. You can only have one mercenary accompanying you at a time, but up to 3 total in your service. The other 2 will wait patiently in town. Having varied options is useful, as there may be situations where you need specific backup, like a difficult boss fight. Any of your mercenaries you have active, or in your reserves, can have their equipment replaced with items of your choosing. They don't level up, so you will want to be looking out for more skilled and more powerful mercenaries as you advance through the campaign and endgame.
Okay.
If your mercenary falls in combat, you will need to return to town and spend some gold on healing supplies to get them back on their feet. Then perhaps consider giving them some upgrades, if you think it's deserved. I just wanted to clarify, mercenaries do not lose their equipment when defeated.
So they are a better AG.
If your merc buddy consistently fails you, you can just dismiss them and find a new, more resilient ally.
Okay. So their skills are their skills are locked
Earlier,
in.
I mentioned you could
but-
exile mercenaries. If you keep running into a mercenary archetype and you think, man, this guy stinks,
Yeah,
their gear is
good.
trash and they have no auras, you can then choose to exile them. If you win the duel, they'll be forced to leave with their tail between their legs, and you won't encounter that archetype again for a while.
Okay.
Now, alongside these new Trathan arrivals,
You can
we
fish for the
shouldn't
one you
forget
want.
about the recent Kalgurin ones too. As we mentioned earlier, the Settlers update introduced gold-based respeccing of passive points. You
Yeah, it
can
does,
now
Uncle.
do so by talking to a number of NPCs throughout Rayclast,
Oh, okay.
starting with Bestil and Lionized Watch. Black
Okay.
market item gambling, previously just available in Kingsmarch, is now available in each town at the same NPC. This lets you buy randomly generated item bases for gold. Very useful if you're stuck for upgrades or searching for a specific unique. The currency exchange will be returning too. Starting from Lionized Watch in Act 6, you'll be able to find Faustus, who can help facilitate these trades.
Good. All right. That's early.
Now, after almost a year of building, Johan is finally satisfied with the upgrades made to the town, and now its services can be used to
Nice.
their full effect. Kingsmarch is going core, but there will be no more town building. As you start running maps in the endgame, you'll start to find different ore veins, which Kalgurin workers can mine for you. The shipping mechanic invites you to send these ores and crops to Karui and Kalgurin ports, and they'll return rewards in kind. By sending shipments, you'll receive different items, but by sending to Karui ports, you will also receive tattoos, which can be used on your passive tree to change what stats they grant. The Kalgurin ports will be sending back rune grafts, which is a new passive tree mechanic that replaces the runesmithing service previously offered by the town.
Okay.
These are similar to tattoos, but instead of replacing stat nodes, they replace a passive tree mastery node. For example, Runegraft of the Bound reduces bonuses gained from boots, but increases bonuses gained from gloves. Runegraft of the River has a chance to recover your life to full if you reach low life. And the Runegraft of Time, which has a chance for your cooldown skills to instantly recover from their cooldown, which I will note includes cooldowns on your triggers, just in case you wanted to trigger even more spells. There are many other Runegrafts which cover a wide range of different builds and stats. Some are more common and others rarer. You can only use one of a given type at a time, but you can use them on any mastery on your passive tree, which can be particularly useful for off-class investment. Isla has continued to make modifications to the Recombinator. She has developed a new method of recombination that you may recognize from Path of Exile 2. For those unfamiliar, this method allows you to decide which modifiers on the two input items you want to try merge together, and it has a success chance you can see. This method can result in the items being destroyed. However, it is a good option to use when trying to create items with fewer mods to use as crafting projects.
Right.
Given the existing recombinating mechanic was very powerful for top-end crafting, we didn't want to remove it. We have kept it, and you can now choose to use it the old way or the new way. By letting fate decide, it will combine the two items randomly. There is no risk of destroying either item, but it will be less predictable.
Wait. Does
As
it still
Settlers is
use the
now a
meta
core
blocking
mechanic,
system?
We've also added Atlas passive tree support. For example, if you wanted to gather more Varisia ore, you could take this notable. Each ore has a similar node.
Very likely, yeah. As long as it uses the blocking system,
Refiner's
it's like
Bargain
best of
converts
both
items
worlds.
dropped by possessed monsters into thaumaturgic dust, sulfite into random ores, and life force into random crops. We've also added a set of Kalguran scarabs, so you can add more ore deposits, increase the rarity of monsters that guard ore deposits to at least magic, or gather smelted bars from ore you mark instead of ores.
Okay.
To sum it all up, Kingsmarch is now a thriving town where you can employ a swath of workers
1
to
million
collect
dust.
resources, refine ores,
Fuck.
craft items, and run maps for you. Send shipments of resources in exchange for tattoos and rune grafts, using those to modify your passive tree to an extent never seen before. Following on from that, we've also made a substantial rework to another important mechanic, Betrayal. As a refresher, and to explain to new players, let's briefly explain what Betrayal is. Betrayal is a mechanic introduced in Act 9 and tells the story of Jun Ortoi and her investigation of the Immortal Syndicate.
You missed something? Yes.
This is a mysterious group of exiles who can seemingly come back from death. You must help Jun to uncover their leader, the Syndicate Mastermind. The Immortal Syndicate is organized into 4 divisions: Transportation, Fortification, Research, and Intervention. As you encounter the Immortal Syndicate members, you'll gain intelligence for each of these divisions to discover the location of their leaders,
it's on YouTube.
tracking them to their safe houses. Defeating the division leaders at their safe houses will reward you with intelligence on the Syndicate Mastermind. In your journey to track down the Syndicate leader, you'll manipulate the members of the Immortal Syndicate to change divisions, form friendships and rivalries, and even
Having
banish
to
them from the
explain the
Syndicate
entire
for a
betrayal
time.
system is ridiculous.
Historically, after encountering and defeating the Syndicate Mastermind, the state of the Immortal Syndicate would reset, requiring you to start from the beginning of the investigation again. This has always been a difficult decision for players and can often feel bad. Do you fight the Mastermind for a chance at the special loot, or keep farming the safe houses that you've spent so long setting up? Well, in the Secrets of the Atlas expansion, we've split out the Mastermind to be completely separate from the core mechanic. The boss is now accessible through a new fragment that has a chance to drop from the safe house leaders at high levels. The Mastermind no longer resets the state of the Immortal Syndicate. You can now build your betrayal board to your liking, optimize it, do Mastermind fights, and reap the rewards without having to lose all your progress every time.
So they made...
The boss fight itself has also been improved.
Oh, fuck.
Now with significantly fewer immunity phases and new rewards.
Okay.
By the way, if you're a new player to Path of Exile 1, don't worry about all this detail. This content is optional, and you can discover and engage with it at your own pace. The Mastermind still has a chance to drop a Veiled Orb, now renamed to Veiled Exalted Orb. Veiled Chaos Orbs are being re-added to other Safe House leaders.
Okay.
In addition, the Mastermind now drops the new All Flame Embers.
What?
All Flame Embers are map fragments that replace monster packs and in-game maps with different types of special monsters.
Oh.
These packs have unusual properties, compositions, or rewards. For example, you might use the All Flame Ember of Cooler map, which replaces packs with Syndicate monsters and their leaders, who revive after the map boss has been slain. This might at first sound annoying due to backtracking, but these monsters when revived are far more intense and rewarding. It is our intention with All Flames to provide many different types that combine with other mechanics, multiplying with your existing modifiers in new and interesting ways. Another good example of this is the All Flame Ember of Propagation.
There's so much shit.
When
Holy
slain,
cow.
Special rare monsters added by this All Flame here will spread their modifiers to other rare monsters in the map. This can be useful when trying to create singular, very powerful, and very rewarding monsters. Something akin to meat sacks, which are making a reinvented comeback with this update too.
Meat sacks? Meat.
Another is the All Flame Ember of Resplendence, which adds monsters that drop no items. But when you slay them, you get buff stacks of increased quantity and rarity to enhance the drops of all other monsters. All Flame Embers can be placed in your map device like scarabs, and used in conjunction with scarabs to further customize your maps. We're looking forward to seeing which combinations players find to enhance their maps.
Which
Perhaps
ones are
you'll use
broken?
all scarabs, all flames, or maybe mix and match. It's up to you.
Like, no.
The Mastermind's unique items have also been improved. The veiled modifiers generated on these items are now from a custom pool exclusive to those uniques.
Okay.
Bitter Bind Point, for example, can now have various Spectre-specific outcomes, such as +1 additional Spectre. Aside from improved rewards from the Mastermind, all the Safe House rewards have also been rebalanced.
What has happened to my can of coal, Mac?
We've done a pass on the crafting sprees at the end of many safe houses. For those who aren't aware how these crafting sprees work, well, it's simple. There's a crafting bench with an item in it and a bunch of currency. There's a limited amount of time, and your only objective is to craft the best item possible before the time ends.
Wow.
One of the problems that the crafting sprees have is that they often require you to have specific items on hand in order to best maximize your result.
They have like 90
But how are you
seconds.
supposed to know that beforehand? In order to solve this, most of the crafting sprees now offer pre-generated items. This has also allowed us to add much more powerful crafting options in each spree. Let's take a look at a few examples.
Okay.
In this spree, a randomly generated amulet or ring will be waiting for you. Test your crafting skill or luck with this Reflecting Mist crafting spree, and see if you can create something worthy of Kalandra's praise.
Interesting. The trail looks like it's gonna be fun.
And in this spree, you will find a pre-generated unique item, and a new kind of orb that resembles a Val orb, but not quite the same. Normally, you can only corrupt an item once, but uniques in this spree can be corrupted and re-corrupted as many times as there are orbs. This orb also allows you to get 2 corrupted implicits, and has a much lower chance to brick the item. It can be a very useful tool for seeking specific corrupted implicit outcomes. Of course, if you push your luck, you can still ruin the item. There are also crafting sprees where you still need to provide an item, but those items are generally more accessible and it occurs less frequently. This one allows you to bring your own normal rarity item, then just go ballistic with a whole ton of scouring orbs and orbs of chance, hoping to get your ideal unique.
Don't make someone
For
do
most
that
sprees,
90
the
times
rank
in
of the
90
Syndicate member
seconds.
increases the amount of currency provided, the quality of the pre-generated items, and the time allowed to craft your item. Aside from the crafting sprees, there are other new options too. If you love gambling for currency, how about you try opening Varici's Emperor's Luck chests? These work just like the Emperor's Luck divination card and provide full stacks of currency.
What the
If you're
hell?
lucky enough, unlike me, you could end up with a whole lot of divines. Betrayal is a good source of veiled items. Veiled items have some important quality of life improvements in this expansion too.
Stack of
All of
mirrors.
the crafting bench options normally granted by unveiling items are instead now moved to the core game, so you don't need to run Betrayal to unlock them.
Honestly, Betrayal seems like
They
it's
are
like the
instead
best
found
one.
at the entrances to boss rooms and in-game
me.
maps. On top of that,
Just
you
set up
no
the safe
longer need
house
to
and
speak
fucking
to Jun to unveil items.
go, go,
You
go.
can just right-click them, or the equivalent on gamepad, and select which veiled modifier you want to unveil.
Golthers, yeah. Maven with Betrayal
Overall,
is like...
Betrayal is now much more streamlined and more rewarding. Happy interrogations.
Shut up!
I mean, figuring out a good board is gonna be most of the
Now,
work.
before we get into our quality of life additions, let's quickly talk about some character balance.
Oh shit.
We will be doing our regular character balance changes, where we are bringing outliers in line to help evolve the meta, but we are
Okay.
also focusing our attention on buffing some specific things. This includes spellcasting supports that specifically enhance self-casting builds, channeling
Alright.
spells, adding new options to the Guardian, Berserker, Elementalist, Saboteur, and Champion Ascendancy classes,
Okay.
which include some favorites from some of the alternate classes from Legacy of Frisia,
Okay.
and buffing a whole bunch of transfigured gems that never really hit the mark.
Hell yeah.
Combined with the new endgame crafting, improved betrayal crafting options, rune graphs for your passive tree, new pinnacle unique items, new modifiers and Trathan gems from the mercenaries, and of course the mercenaries themselves to act as an extension to your character, it's safe to say there's a lot of new character options and builds to
Yeah.
think about.
Shit.
Instead of delving into all of these in more detail, we figured we'd just let you absorb them through the patch notes so you can do it at your own pace. In the Secrets of the Atlas expansion, we've also
yeah.
added a lot of the quality of life features that we know you've all been asking for. A lot of these have already been posted, but let's take a look now in case you missed any. You can now pause the game at any time by pressing escape to open the menu, or by opening any full screen
The
interface.
fuck,
like
I'm
the passive
fucked.
tree. You'll also be paused if any lag is detected or if you disconnect. It's worth
Read for
noting
2
that in
hours.
certain pinnacle arenas,
got my
a
water.
debuff will be applied to you that
reading.
prevents you from pausing. We're also making a change to how you use currency items on strongboxes and monsters imprisoned in essences. Based on the currency in your inventory and the state of the strongbox, these buttons will appear. Valuable currency like divine orbs have been excluded from this as it would often be wasteful to use in this context. The same applies to essences with the remnant of corruption
That's gonna make
currency.
essences so much nicer.
Orbs of Horizon have been updated. They can now re-roll your Elder and Conqueror Guardian maps.
I'm just gonna
Doing
name
so will
Betrayal
re-roll the
probably,
base
or
map
whatever the new
and
system
the Guardian
is.
of that map. The map device now has a small additional inventory. This is particularly useful if you're rolling many maps to run in sequence, or if you want to use varying amounts of scarabs or other map fragments.
It's Divine Orbs
During
burn.
breach encounters, all the
Buy
splinters
Ventur's
will be
gambles.
automatically collected and dropped at the end of the breach. On gamepads, we have separated the targeting of monsters and non-monsters, so you are able to target them independently. This removes a bunch of frustration when you are trying to interact with objects in the world and monsters are nearby. You no longer have to kill all of them first.
And the console UI looks...
Vendor windows will now
Ass.
remember your last search. This is remembered until you log out and is remembered on a per NPC basis. The amount of characters you can type in the search field has also been increased.
250 character
When using
limit.
currency items, after right-clicking
I'm
them,
really hyped,
it will
yeah.
highlight all other
I'm
items
excited
which
to
that
get back
currency
into
can
it.
be used on.
Finally.
There are many other quality of life improvements, so keep an eye on the patch notes after this livestream concludes. Alongside the launch of Secrets of the Atlas, we are hosting a competitive event where players will race to be the first to kill the new pinnacle bosses. The event will take place in the hardcore, solo self-found Mercenaries of Trathis League. We have some interesting prizes in store for the winners. Keep an eye on the news in the lead up to launch for more details about how the event will work and what its prizes are. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new League supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Frisian Magistrate and Crypt Keeper packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive
Slap.
microtransactions. As
Pegacritus.
always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way.
Right.
The Frisian Magistrate
Crap.
series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
Is
The
that the
Frisian
heart?
Magistrate character effect will bind your character in thorny vines and roses. You can select which parts of the character you want to have covered.
Uh-huh.
Either your entire body, your lower body, or your upper body. As you approach waypoints, it will emit leaves and golden petals towards it. When activating the waypoint, it will create a burst around you. Envelop your weapon in thorny vines and golden flora with the Frisian Magistrate weapon effect. Your weapon will also create a trail to match as you swing, and even comes with its own hit effect when slaying enemies. You are the law while
hell.
wearing the armor of the powerful Frisian Grand Magistrate. The Spider Blossom Pet activates its defense mechanism, disguising it as an elegant flower when near rare or unique enemies. The Frisian Imperial Magistrate back attachment comes in 2 forms. Equip either the Tombstone variant, which will leave tombstones in your honor when you meet your demise, or equip the Cape variant to cause the corpses of slain enemies to become enveloped in rose-thorn vines and blossom with golden flowers.
Okay.
Keep track of how well, or poorly, your ultimatums with the Trial Master have gone with the Trials of Chaos hideout decoration.
What the hell?
It will keep track of the total number of waves completed,
Okay.
the total number of ultimatums succeeded, or even failed. On top of that, it will track the total number of times you've defeated the Trial Master himself. The Crypt Keeper Pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
Weird thing to put in a
With
supporter
the
pack.
Crypt Keeper finisher effect, death itself will tear through into the realm of the living and steal the soul of slain unique enemies.
Okay.
The Crypt Keeper portal effect creates a gateway for lost souls to pass through.
This one looks like way nicer than the other one did. I don't know why.
Become the true master of the undead by wearing the hallowed Crypt Keeper armor set. It comes with a more armored helmet variant and a creepy mask with a spectral hood. Looking to have some fun during idle time in your hideout? The Burrowing Bramble Bash hideout decoration will test your reaction speed as you try to whack as many Devourer heads as possible in the shortest time.
What the fuck?
It also comes with a scoreboard, so you can try to set new records to show off to your friends or just
Okay.
visitors coming to trade. Equip yourself with the Ghostly Dead as you ride the line between the living and the dead with the Sacred Crypt Keeper back attachment. The Sacred Archives map device resembles a magical library with the works of scholars that come to life when you open a map.
That's really cool.
This map device tracks how many of each core league you've completed in in-game maps.
What?
These packs are now available for purchase on both PC and console, and will remain so
That
during
pack
Path
is
of
so
Exile
much better than the
Mercenaries of
other one.
Trophies. Additionally, any microtransactions from the supporter
None
packs will be
with
made
the
available for use in Path of Exile 2. Meanwhile,
Spider's
the
cool.
Paladin and Penance packs leave the store forever at the launch of the Mercenaries of Trathis League, so now's your
Fucking hell.
last chance to purchase them. Additionally, the Dawn of the Hunt mystery box will be made available for Path of Exile 1. If you have already unlocked any microtransactions from this box in Path of Exile 2, you will of course immediately have access to them in Path of Exile 1. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, we'll post the full patch notes for
fat
Path
ant.
of Exile, Secrets of the Atlas. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to dueling mercenaries, fighting new
Well, okay. Stream's going well. Let's see. Can we get
pinnacle
to...
bosses in the endgame, and exploring the new crafting systems and character builds next week. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Is the page up? Page is up. Yeah, they're having a bit of an issue because they're streaming in 4K for some reason. I don't know why they have it set to 4K, but they have it set to 4K. And so it's like breaking the shit out of everything. Yeah, someone configured their OBS to be 4K. Yeah, it's all effing. Okay, let's do some reading. Actually, let's look at the official trailer a second time.
You can search 1,000 worlds and still never truly
Alright, fine. I'll force you to be in good quality.
discover who you are.
Yeah, it breaks a lot of shit, Nukes.
I should know.
Okay.
But now, I seek something more tangible.
Oh.
Someone I care for. Trapped within the Atlas.
He's back, baby!
Reliving memories. Made real.
What have you done?
Made grotesque.
Uh-huh.
Made foul.
I just realized. Look at the statue behind him, and look at how he raises up into it. He's literally raising his donger. Bring. Oh, that placement. Holy shit. Holy shit. Straight
These
up.
manifestations must be destroyed. Their threads must be eradicated. I must have answers.
Okay.
We must find the originator.
Find the originator.
Must save my sister.
He's so big.
Is an illusion made real.
There's so much, man. +1 level of all non-exceptional support gems. Huh, interesting. If you have like one of these masters you don't really care about, yeah.
Come, child. Drink deep the waters of life.
You're either a client or a target.
Target inside.
Job's done.
Oh, take it to the face. Oh, Alright, not bad, not bad. I mean, it's a fuck ton of stuff. Like, without a doubt, it is technical difficulties. Well, no shit. The problem is the only way they're going to be able to turn down the quality is they have to restart the stream. So, that's going to be kind of problematic for them. They're restarting it, yeah. They have it set to 4K for some reason. Someone accidentally put the quality button too high. That's just what happened there. New endgame. You must discover what is causing and save Zana. Alright, we're gonna save Zana. Sounds good to me. So we get like memory things. Essentially they're using the system that they had built in to do the new endgame. Interesting. Synthesis. This is yeah, it's more of the old memory system. Which is interesting because this looks like it's off the map, right? So it's like you have 3 normal maps and then you have like the final one that's off the map, which is the pinnacle, not the pinnacle, but the like special encounter at the end of it. So that's kind of cool. Very neat. Harness new powers. So these were like the sentinel buttons essentially. I don't know how they're gonna make enough buttons work out someday. If they want us to do WSAD with Flask with like buff buttons and stuff like that, like I got like 600 APM. Foot pedals are go. Stream back, is it? Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, there it is, 1080p. Okay. I figured as much. I don't need the Q&A. I'll nap away, nap away. This buff system is gonna be interesting to see how it works out. How it feels to like utilize in action. I'll just really see. F1, 2, 3, yeah. You just like. I hope these stay in the same places so you can like get used to just going like F1, 2, 3 instead of doing like 3, 1, 2 and like trying to figure out which one's which every single time. So like the same order, same buttons. It died before, true. These look cool. The new bosses. Design-wise. Let's skip. Yeah, I'm gonna skip the QA. I'm gonna look over the stuff that they've released while that's happening, and then I'll read the thing afterwards. The new, hopefully the new skill gems are cool. Yeah. Prospector's Protection. No, Prospero's Protection. 5% chance to block attack damage, strength, and likes. Armor from equipped shield is doubled. Gain no armor from equipped body armor. Huh. Alright. SST. Armor from equipped shield is doubled. I'm assuming that doesn't work for the damage of it though, right? It's just the armor afterwards. Or does it actually mean that you get double armor from it? Because I think it's base armor. I don't know, it's this amount of content every 4 months for Po 1, Po 2. Good luck. Enmity's Embrace. That's a fuck ton of strength. Fire, reduced fire resist. 55% reduced fire resist. Take 449 fire damage when you use a skill. Damage penetrates fire resist equal to your overcapped fire resist. Huh. Interesting. So massive amount of reduced fire resist, but massive amount of penetration if you want to do it that way. Huh. Bizanukes, get good sleep. Yeah, dude, Chieftain could definitely use it. That's not bad. Requires level 80. Holy shit, because it's on a massively high base. It is. It's a split team now, yeah. Randomize the number of memory strands on a normal equipment item. Consume all memory strands on an item to attempt to upgrade an explicit modifier based on the number of memory strands consumed. Modify a memory influenced. So I wonder how that's gonna work with, because it said if you have no memory strands. Yeah. So it only works on. So yeah, so this is normal only, and then you can consume it. I guess what's left over? It is essentially Epoch's forging potential system. Interesting. Well, I guess we'll see how that goes. And keep crafting without it. Yeah, true. You can eat like. It doesn't, the item doesn't stop when you run out, so you can get to like a mid state and then go from there. I do like the idea of that hopefully making a lot of the items that drop a lot better. Does mean that for the most part, you won't ID stuff that doesn't have memory strands on it. Yeah, you could use it like for half the item, and then finish off the other half of the item with those stuff. Yeah. Interesting. Modifies a memory-influenced map, causing items found to have more memory strands, but fewer items drop. New League does look insane. 40 memory strands and a belt. Yeah, it definitely helps with that. So, hell yeah, I'm down for it. This is something they've really needed to do for a while. Is some way to make the items like the items better. So, and then we get the random divination card buff for 20 seconds. That's such a weird, like, weird flask. Because, I mean, yeah, Pathfinder's just gonna chug divination cards. That'll be fun. BF that spams it. I definitely will, yeah, if it's possible to get. I mean, anything's possible to get for 2 months for me, but it's funny to see that. It's literally just gonna be like popping divination cards. Uber Series or Pathfinder. Yeah, there'll be definitely ways to make it. Consider looping with that ring. When you use a skill. Yeah, I mean, you could loop with it. You definitely could loop with it. The question is how. Like, what you combine it with. But yeah, 100% it activates the loop. What's the wording on... What's the wording on what is that helmet called that hits you in the face? Skulls. Yeah, uses your skills deal mana spent. So that's the thing, is like you can't trigger with it because that's fire damage when you use a skill. So it won't pop off a trigger. So you would have to do something that is, I mean, closer to what I did with the vortex setup when I did the frost bolts thing. You have to use an insta-use skill that you can keep spamming by doing it that way. But you can make it trigger stuff, yeah. It just depends on the overall feeling of it. Though I'm not entirely sure what it would be for using. Because I don't know what skill you would use with it, realistically. Because Vortex is no longer what Vortex was at one point, so you'd need something else to trigger it. It's always DD. Yeah, it can be used with physical damage reduction, which is nice. But it depends on how much damage you can, like, relatively get away with making it do to yourself. Because if you do get 75 fire resist, how much it's gonna do to you. We'll see. It's possible you can do stuff with it though. 20 Starfall on melee critical strike, 16 attributes, 123 fizz, 30 crits. It's 6.5 base. I have innocence. Yeah. Eye of Innocence is the when you ignite an enemy, right? Yeah. It's doable. It's just like I said, you have to use a skill to make it happen. Which there are ways to do. Gain 56% of weapon physical damage as extra damage of a random element. Interesting. I mean, this thing's funny because it's essentially... I mean, I guess it's going to really depend on what Starfall looks like as a skill. Looks cool, though. I'll give it that. Starfall looks fucking sick. Then we got some mercs. So we can override their skills. Their equipment, but not their skills. I don't know if Starfall's an attacker spell. It just says... Yeah, I don't know. Is it? Shockwave Totem of Shocking. Interesting. Isn't wearing a mage blood? I mean, honestly, he doesn't need any flask. There's no point for giving him a mage blood. Right? Like, you want something better. But yeah, I mean, realistically, it's head under his eye. Interesting. I'm really curious as to what these new skills do, like what their changes are. You and Einar Hawk support this dude. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it's a 7-link Starfall, essentially, which is pretty fucking strong. Combo that with something else, chest piece with cast on crit in it, then you get all of a sudden like double crits. Do some dueling. How long have we been live? 2 hours. Though an hour of that was just waiting for the stream to start. Cast speed, life, resistances. Raise zombie of gigantism. Big zombies. Desecrate, summon raging spirits, bone offering, blasphemy, enfeeble, relic of binding. I wonder what the relic things are. Rain of arrows of saturation. Gain Arcane Surge when you use a movement skill. Increase to cast speed from Arcane Surge also applies to movement speed. That's some speedy boots right there. Interesting way to gain Arcane Surge, though. It actually comes with Aspect of the Spider as well. Clutches of the Damned. I wonder what the fuck that is. Yeah, sure, you can't. Yeah, hopefully they don't flop over. I mean, they did say that, you know, you gotta get later on ones to make them thicker, so... Should be pretty good. That's a crazy looking spell. Let's move speed for arrows. Yeah, true. Yeah, they have levels and stuff, so you probably replace them like later on as you get deeper in, which is fine. It's just like another gearing aspect. Non-instant war cries you use yourself have no cooldown. War cries have an additional life cost equal to 15% of your max life. War cries have 16% increased area of effect. Non-instant war cries you use yourself have no cooldown. Interesting. The Who build. But you have to use a life cost for them. We can yell at things. Yeah, I was gonna say, Corrupting Cry is what I think it would be, but... General's Cry. Maybe. I mean, General's Cry is not that great to, like, mega spam, I think, because you override them, right? There's only a limit on how many you can have, so if you do it too quick, they can't attack. So... I don't know, maybe we get more hooing skills. Something that lets us, like, deal damage with cries. Yeah, Gen Cry is kind of weird like that. Because right now the only one that this really works with is Corrupting Blood, yeah, or Corrupting Cry, but that is somewhat relatively weak. So we'll see. We'll see. Who knows? Maybe there's skills in here. Your Captain CDR based on how many Warcry gens summon. Yeah. Skills used by traps and mines chain 2 additional times. Yeah, I don't know what happens with the cane at all. Because if they're remaking all of them, cane might just not exist anymore as it does. We'll see. Minions have 20% increased cooldown recovery rate. Huh. Interesting. Minions that spam even harder. Maybe there's patches. Maybe. I don't know. Usually they don't. They sometimes have and sometimes haven't shown like the mods on things. Storm Call of Tartarus. That's a marker to the location after a short duration. Bolt strikes the marker, dealing physical damage around it and causing bolts to strike any other markers you've cast. Bolt impacts will leave behind a pool of boiling blood, which deals physical damage over time to enemies within its secondary duration. What the fuck? Storm Call of Tartarus is a physical-based skill that leaves behind pools of blood. Is dot round 2. I mean, this at least has modifiers to spell damage applied to the skill's damage over time, so... It's like, it's all modifiers, which is actually not bad. It's not, because it's not just increases and decreases, it's modifiers, so... Low life, Storm Call of Tartarus could definitely actually be a thing. There's a lot of changes that are in the patch notes. We don't know them yet. I mean, that's actually possible that that's good. Don't know how to build it, but could actually be good. Looks weaker than Reap. No, not necessarily. Because the thing about Reap is, like, it has the same line, which is good, but you have to worry about the cost of it. This also has a live cost, actually. They're both live cost. Huh, interesting. But the blood charges are a thing. I don't know, we'll see. It's possible it's good. Depends on how it scales. Should you log in? Probably. Yeah, I mean, this has a 5-second duration, so you don't have to spam it, which is nice. And it doesn't reset when you kill something. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see, we'll see. Spectral Throw of Tartarus. Definitive answer. I don't know. Do you want to play? If so, then yes. You should log the fuck in. Throw a spectral copy of your shield. So what makes this different? It will hover in place, repeatedly firing a number of small shards as projectiles in all directions. The rate at which it releases shards will increase until all shards have been fired. Modifiers that cause additional projectiles to be fired will add more shards, not more copies of the shield. Interesting. You can scale Reap with Malevolence? What? How's that different? The delay. If you scale duration of dot, you also scale delay. What? Oh, I mean, I guess. I don't think it's gonna matter. Oh. It'll probably still be fine. I think it'll be just fine. So this is basically the shield version of Frozen Orb then. That's interesting. Huh. It is quite a lot, yeah. That's kind of cool. I like that as a skill. I wonder how good it would be. The shotgun. You probably have to put the shield like in a mob. Fuck it, nimmies it. Challenges. Gain 1 Val soul per second. Oh shit. Okay. Does that... Interesting. That's not very impactful. I mean, it can be, though, depending on what you can combine it with. I wouldn't league start it, but... Yeah. It does put Val stuff back on the menu. All Val stuff, finally. Only one runecraft of any given type can be used at a time. Yeah. So it's just one. But I mean, it's possible. It's possible this would be enough to fix some of the issues with the flask setup. Maybe. It really depends. It's still the biggest problem is still the... I mean, maybe there's an item that has soul gain prevention stuff. Use that nets. Get some good sleep. Storm golf tournaments. Few hours. We'll see. We'll see. Depending on how long the patch notes are, whether I'm still here afterwards. We'll see how long today's stream is if I go all the way through. Val Arc Ignite. 25. It's really the soul game prevention. Is the problem. Why is the wine and cheese board not here? That's the other stream. Yeah, the patch notes are massive over here, yeah. Versus refresh, yeah. We'll see. We'll see. I just gotta keep it in mind because that is possible that it helps, but it really depends. If we have an item that does soul game prevention, it opens up so many doors. Because we just need a little bit more soul gain prevention somewhere in the game, and it's like there's so much more we could do with it. But it really needs an item for it, so. Yeah, besides that ring. 30% chance to curse non-cursed enemies with a random hex on hit. That is weird. 30% chance to curse non-cursed enemies with a random hex on hit. Huh. Is that with the power charge? Hmm. It's only one. Non-cursed as well. I'm not entirely sure what that does. I mean, I guess it's good for, like, if you need to eat the curse. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, Hex Blast or something. If you're just looking to eat the curse. Interesting. Yeah. Nova spells cast at a marked target instead of around you if possible. Huh. So the ring. No, I believe that's been fixed, Depot. It's Astral Projector, but you mark them. So if you're marking... Yeah. Odd. Okay. Yeah, you don't have to get the ring for it, but you do have to mark. And mark only works on rare and uniques, right? No, you can mark anything, I think. What was the rules on mark? It's been so long, I don't remember what mark's rules were. No, so you just mark anything. Okay. Hmm. It's only been a year. I just gotta remember if Mark had... I think this is what I'm thinking about. When you hit a rare or unique enemy, mark on hit support. So you can mark anything by hand, but the mark on hit is rare or unique. Archives Nova. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Maybe there'll be uses for it. The Syndicate Medallion. So Katarina is now an actual boss fight that you put into your map device, huh? And we're gonna actually set up a Syndicate board. Interesting. Interesting. I wonder what that's gonna do to... like, the rate of Katarina farming. Because, like, it used to be you did, like, 3-4 safe houses and did a Katarina. I wonder if it's about the same rate. I don't know. I think it's maybe just gone, honestly, because they said it doesn't reset. I think they probably fed it, yeah. It does sound like they probably messed with all of them, which means Cane of Colmac might be gone. And it's this in the state that it currently is. Or it's improved. Yeah. I don't know. It's gonna be interesting. Because I wonder how many safe houses you're gonna have to run to get Katarina now. If it's a random drop. Because it used to be really fucking consistent. I used it myself for currency, so... we'll see. That's right. You just... well, the leader of a safe house has a chance to drop the Syndicate Medallion. And then you just put it in your map device and run it as a boss fight. So... don't know. We'll see, I guess. Removes a random modifier and adds a random veiled modifier to an item. The Veiled Exalted Orb. Neat. Reforges a rare item with new random modifiers, including a random veiled modifier. Even more neater. Both veils coming back, hot and heavy. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think because it's a boss emblem you put in, I don't think it's gonna have anything to do with your map device or your like syndicate board. Because I mean, if it doesn't reset your syndicate board, you could just set up like an insane syndicate board and then just run these over and over again. It just wouldn't make sense. You need to see it on the frag. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're decoupled. Then we got the all flame as a scarab thing. Does it have to? For balance reasons, yeah. Because you could set up like an insane betrayal board that's like tier 3 everybody, and then just run that by buying these. It just wouldn't work. Like you would just have it in like you just yeah, and then you never run a safe house ever again because you've set yours up, and then you just spam these nonstop. It would just like it would fuck up the ratio of the pricing completely, since it doesn't reset on kill. So yeah, I don't see a way that they can have the betrayal board influence this fight without having it be messed up. They did remove the pauses, yeah. It's a brand new fight, so we got all flames back. Interesting. Bunch of quality of life. Okay. Wow, there's like, funnily enough, this page feels so short in comparison to how much shit they talked about. That's funny. It's like they spam so much shit in the video that this feels short because there's not that much in this thing. Let's see. Is the full thing on there live yet? Yeah, there it is.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear.
You sure are.
Proudly, or and
These manifestations must be
Yeah. Alright, what do I got?
must be eradicated.
Yeah, 'cause that wasn't even talked about there. So I'm flipping through this to see what they talked about again.
Hi, the trailer, there's a lot to show you. Today, update. Then, we'll explore the new Challenge League, the Mercenaries of Trathus. After that, we'll cover the integration of Golden. Finally, we have a much-awaited upgrade to Betrayal League, passing our boss kill. Exile Sigma has returned. We'll meet.
Okay, so we got this.
Working
How is
with
it?
Egan,
Looks pretty fucking
you must
sick.
step through and find Zana. Actually work. In the Secrets of the Atlas, the pursuit of Zana with Egon is a new storyline that is introduced in high-tier maps.
See, that's interesting. So we actually go through all the campaign and then get to like the end game of maps.
Upon meeting Egan and discovering the tier, he will then transfer
We'll
it to your
then
map
start
device
doing these activities.
and reveal this on your atlas, a thread of memories. In order to
And that-
now
I
access
wonder
each
how-
map
I wonder
on
if
the
it's like
thread,
T16s?
you simply need to talk to Egan when you're ready, and he'll open the areas in sequence. These areas can be fully influenced by your atlas tree, scarabs, fragments, and everything of the
Mid
sort.
end game. It was like T11s,
As
reds
you work
probably.
your way along the thread, you will discover that these maps have manifested dangerous threats, influenced
Watchstones,
by
maybe.
the memories of Zana herself. Monsters here are imbued with memory.
Yeah, Atlas is the expansion, Mercs is the
petals.
league.
Defeat them to absorb this power, which can be unleashed as a special ability during combat. Different maps on the thread have
Consume petals to cause nearby monsters to not be able to drop items that can have rarity. The number of petals consumed is proportional to the power of the affected monsters.
Have different abilities.
It's D2 Mercs.
And these abilities appear on an additional mini skill bar next to your regular. Different abilities. And these abilities appear on an
Consumes petals to cause monsters to revive on death. The number of petals consumed is proportional to the power of affected monsters.
additional mini skill bar next to your regular skills. For example, Memory of Disbelief will cause all affected monsters to stop dropping equipment items, meaning they can now only drop more valuable items, like currency and maps. Memory of Panic will make all affected monsters revive immediately after death, which means you can get twice as much experience and drops from them.
Twice!
And Memory of Impatience will cause
ZD Instant Recovery will work on these skills.
all surrounding enemies to give you their souls, temporarily increasing your power. As you progress further into the thread of memories, the maps can have more than one memory, and thus you can have more than one powerful ability.
I really hope I wonder how those binds are gonna work. I really hope they don't change like positions. Like I want F1 to always do what F1 does.
As you gather memory petals, you can use these powers together. Each skill costs its own amount of memory petals. So using the examples above, you can first use Memory of Impatience to become way more powerful, then use Memory of Panic to prepare them to revive when they are slain, then use Memory of Disbelief to cause them to drop better, more valuable items. Finally, obliterate them all. The Memory of Panic will kick in, causing them to revive, and then wipe them out again, allowing you to get all the experience and enhanced drops twice. There are many
The icons change. Well, the problem is in one of the setups that they're showing, they're using an ASD, and then it's using tilde, and then the next setup it's using F keys.
These areas to Egan in order and reveal the storyline.
So yeah, I don't know. They're like all different
dropping equipment items.
bindings.
Means you can get as you progress further into the thread of memories, the maps can have more than
Drawn
one
boxes.
memory, and thus you can have more than one powerful ability. The example then
Okay. I mean, we'll see. We'll see.
As you defeat the boss of each map along the thread,
200% increased quantity of petals found on rare and unique monsters in the area. 500 increased quantity of petals found on map bosses in the area.
you are presented with an altar. This altar will apply a modifier to all following maps in the thread, and these will stack as you go. So the deeper you delve into a memory, the more mods you will have.
Okay.
This, combined with the special abilities, will allow for some of the most juice maps ever run in Path of Exile.
Juice.
Let's take a look at some.
No cost, 50% chance for rares in the area to be
Of the altar
possessed.
mods.
What'd you miss?
You are always
Everything.
presented with two choices and must pick one.
Good shit.
This mod, for example, will cause some rare monsters to be possessed by tormented spirits, where this mod makes Carrack modifiers free to craft. Both of these apply to all subsequent maps in the thread. The final map in each thread is a true challenge, with all the altar mods applying to it and guarded by a powerful boss.
This is a cracked out innocence.
Each of these bosses are familiar, but dreamlike.
Yeah, they're all
Drawn from
Atlas
Zana's
counted.
memories and warped by the Atlas into something very different and terrifying. In this map, you will fight the pinnacle boss,
What if that
Ceres.
possessed is a palace?
Fueled by
I don't
Zana's
know.
affectionate memories of him, his enhanced abilities can prove to be a unique challenge. If you manage to
Boosted Cyrus.
defeat Cyrus, or one of the other warped memory bosses, they will drop a map fragment, which Egan can use to delve deeper into the memory tears.
Okay.
With these, you can access a
Grief can divide greater than ego. Loneliness, trauma, and
set of
reverence.
3 new pinnacle bosses.
He's gonna storm that arena.
In this arena, the
probably
moment
will.
of reverence, Zana is reliving a memory of her father, Valdo, giving a passionate speech in Oriath. The Atlas distorts this memory of her father as a powerful, influential man and manifests those emotions into a twisted nightmare, the incarnation of dread.
That is some fucking bullet hell shit right there. If that does the same amount of damage that
Another
Schaefer does,
memory
and when he
created
gets
is the
hit by it, it doesn't do
incarnation
anything,
of
but
neglect and the incarnation of fear. Good luck, Exiles. Of course, if you are brave and strong enough to defeat them, each of these new pinnacle bosses have new unique
So all of those are thread memories.
items befitting them. If you slay the incarnation of fear, you might be lucky enough to find the Starcaller unique abyssal axe.
Starcaller.
We're gonna show this one because it's straight up badass. The Starcaller axe is a weapon that can harness the power of the stars themselves to deal immense damage. What makes it shine, however, is that on melee crit, it casts Starfall, a new skill. With the right build,
It does say cast Starfall.
you can carpet entire areas and wipe out screens of enemies as you rain down the elements upon them.
I do kind of find it funny that they're like, this is so badass. It's just cast on crit Firestorm, but with a white skin on it. So, you know, fair enough. But, Stygian Firestorm. Mm-hmm.
Another item you may find, and this one is my favorite, is the Wine of the Prophet.
I mean, true. It probably we don't really know. It looks like Firestorm, but I'm assuming Starfall does something interesting. Hell yeah, Grebes.
Unique flask. It consumes a lot of charges, but every time you use it, you draw a random divination card.
I wonder how rare
This
it's gonna
card
be.
appears above you and correlates to a powerful buff. If you draw the Escape card, you'll gain increased movement speed. Or maybe you'll draw the Doctor, which will cause you to gain the modifiers of slain rares you kill.
They can, I thought.
Effectively, you can think of this
think.
unique as being many other
You
uniques
can do it in
all
party
in
play.
one. There are many, many cards to draw, each with varying degrees of power to grant. Okay, but let's get back to the Atlas. After defeating all 3 new pinnacle bosses, you'll be able to find new memory-influenced Tier 16 maps.
After defeating all 3, you can find these. So you actually have to defeat all 3 of them before you start finding these?
These maps come with the previously mentioned special abilities and monsters infused with memory petals, but can also roll the same modifiers typically found on Tier 17 maps, making them far more rewarding.
Oh dang.
With all these new memory maps comes a new item mechanic. Items in these maps can drop with memory strands, and will have a random amount up to 100.
Skills? Maybe,
This
yeah.
does a few things. When you identify the item, it will increase the tiers of modifiers your item has.
That's crazy. Yeah, memory farming is gonna be pretty fucking nice for just
Generally
IDing
speaking,
shit.
The more memory strands, the better the item will be. On top of this, whenever you're crafting that item using currency orbs to replace or add modifiers, such as alterations, chaos, and so forth, it will consume some memory strands to make the crafted mods more powerful. The
I hope
new
so. I hope
pinnacle
filters
bosses
work with them.
also drop new crafting currencies, which can be used to manipulate the amount of memory strands on an item.
They really need to, like...
The Orb of Remembrance will let you add memory strands to any normal equipment. So if you have your perfect base to craft on,
The perfect base. A 20 quality. Oh, Shaper Elder. Right. I was like, what?
and it doesn't already have memory strands, you can add some before crafting it. The Orb of Unraveling
I guess one of the things you could do with that is, like... You can then craft it with fossils, leave the strands on there, and try to boost it up at the end.
will consume all remaining memory strands on an item to randomly upgrade its mod tiers. And you can add some before
Yeah.
crafting it. The Orb of Unraveling will consume all remaining memory strands
Yeah, so that's essentially what that's done there. 16, 20, and all the other stuff. We won't hide everything, but hopefully not.
on an item to
So it went up a little bit of life, a little bit of resist. Hyper increased area went by 2. Okay. I don't think fossils do. They said base currency. Fossils won't. That's why they're showing this helmet. Yeah, it's pretty hype, Scouts. It's pretty hype.
memory strands to any normal equipment. So if you have your perfect base to craft on,
Yeah.
and it doesn't already have memory strands, you
After
can
the
add
QA
some
is when
before
the notes are
crafting
coming
it.
out.
The Orb of Unraveling will consume all remaining memory strands on an item to randomly upgrade its mod tiers. This orb's effectiveness is based on the number of memory strands it consumes. The Orb of Intention can be used on memory influence maps to reduce item drops,
But items with memory strands have 12 strands.
but improve the chance to find items with memory strands.
Yeah, so basically it's like you put on the strands, do other things to make the item, and then if you get close to it, you can like boost it up by like, it's essentially saying like you can get a T2 item across the board, or you know, something that's not perfect, and then use one of those to kick it up. So for like chess piece crafting, if you're just fishing for the defense modifiers from fossils, you're like, then you can boost up the prefixes afterwards. Only on white though, yeah. It's the first orb is the add strand orb
Memory
is
strands.
only on a
And
normal
will have a
item.
random amount up to 100. This does the item will be. On top of this, whenever you're crafting that item using currency orbs to replace or add modifiers,
See, only when you're using currency orbs does it take it.
such as
otherwise, yeah,
alterations,
fossils
chaos,
are-
and so forth,
You add the
it will
strands,
consume
use
some
fossils
memory
on it,
strands to make the crafted mods
and
more
then
powerful.
use the strands to
The new pinnacle
boost it up.
bosses
So like, Trickster chess piece is the one that comes to mind right away.
also drop new crafting currencies,
Essence and
which can
Harvest
be
too.
used to manipulate
Oh, yeah,
the
true.
amount of memory strands on an item.
Harvest also works with
The
it.
Orb of Remembrance will let you add memory strands to any normal equipment. So if you have your perfect base to craft on, and it doesn't all
Yeah, Essence might not count. I wonder if you can, you should be able to scour it, right? So, or like, to reset it? I wonder if you can.
already have,
Yeah, exactly. 3 times T1 defense should be like super easy because you can essentially just harvest or fossil it to be 2, 3, 1 or whatever, and then use the strands to boost it up. Because all you care about is the
memory
prefixes.
strands, you can add some before crafting it. The Orb of Unraveling will consume all remaining memory strands on an
Use
item
League Start Lifestacker, use those to make the ES gear.
to randomly upgrade
Yeah,
its
I mean,
mod
honestly,
tiers.
yeah.
This orb's effectiveness is based on the number of memory strands it consumes. The Orb of
And just spam the item that adds strands until you hit your desired mods. Just spam the item that adds strands until you hit your desired mods. What? You start with a white base, put the memory strand on it, then craft it using fossils or harvest or maybe essences until you get the modifiers that you want, like T2, T3 modifiers of it. You click it upgrade, hope that it upgrades those, and that took out the strands. If it doesn't upgrade them all, then you'd have to scour the item, put strands back on it, and do it again. Because the strands can only be added when it's normal, as a white item. Once it has mods on it, you can't add strands to it.
Intention can be used on memory influence maps.
But it does mean like a 30 quality chess piece. You could just like reset over and over again, trying to get it. But basically what it does is it makes fossils and harvest and essence a little bit less annoying because you have the chance of using like T2 modifiers and getting them to T1 rather than fishing for T1. So it's that bridging step there. As long as you ahead of time know to start with strands on the item.
To reduce item drops, but improve the chance to find items with memory strands. In the process of adding these new currency items, we realized something was missing. The Shaper and the Elder.
I wonder what
did
this
not
item
have
is
their
gonna
own
be.
Exalted orbs. This has now been rectified. Both bosses now have Exalted orbs, which can add their influence to an item. Zana was there from the beginning.
What is this item?
When the Shaper Pinnacle fight was first added, she helped defeat the Elder and she was a critical part of the Conqueror's storyline.
This is-
Now, with all 6 influence types having their own exalted orbs, the cycle is complete. It's almost as if we could now do some sort of new, epic, unique item to interact with them. In other news...
Oh, man. Solaris, you have to interact with them less. More rewarding sometimes. Oh, okay. So it's not like you don't have to like spam it every 30 minutes. That's fine. I'd rather it be that way, to be honest. Whereas Zana's stuck in
There of course has
something.
to be Atlas passive tree support for this new in-game content. Let's take a
So I wonder if that's like, is that gonna be, is that an influence item gonna be like fucking Mage Blood level of shit again?
look at a few things we're adding. The
The
grasp
currency
of
seems
the
to be getting
past
strong,
notable
yeah. The number of memory strands on equipment items found in your maps has a 50% chance to be lucky.
passive skill increases the chance for the amount of memory strands on items dropped in your memory influence maps to be lucky. This means it will roll the number of memory strands twice,
Hell yeah.
keeping the highest value. By allocating traumatic experience, remembered kindness, or educated upbringing, you'll decrease the chance of finding memory threads.
So if you're
that
farming
lead
like
to
one of the
specific
bosses specifically, you
meaning
can
you'll
reduce the
have better
rest.
chances at finding the memory threads you would like to run. This is
Gotcha.
especially useful if you want to target farm a specific boss because of its unique item drops.
It feels mandatory, they'll
In
change
sum,
it.
the
Okay.
secrets of the Atlas will have you questioning what is real as you attempt to free Zana from warped memories scattered throughout the Atlas. You'll fight new Guardian and Pinnacle bosses tormenting her, find crazy new Pinnacle uniques, combine and unleash memory petal empowered skills, juice maps to new heights, and craft powerful new items.
The juice.
While we were showing all the juicy rewards from the
King's March, the Settlers League that's been active for the last 10 months.
new in-game system,
Yeah.
you might have noticed that a lot of gold was dropping.
Gold!
Let's talk about that. Gold was introduced during the Settlers of Kalgur expansion. It funded the development and operations of King's March, along with various new features such as the currency exchange.
Like King's March? It's not.
The
Like, it's
black
like, it's
market.
been taken out for the... You don't build the town anymore, and apparently it's like way slower to do, so you don't have to like do it that often.
And the passive respec system with Faustus.
It's just a little bit of extra reward on the side.
Those features offered by Faustus will be here to stay. Along
Yeah,
with
I don't
some
know.
of
The fact that there's no town management, I wonder if you even do workers.
the other services King's March has
I don't
to
know.
offer.
You probably
We'll
still
get
do
more into that
workers,
later,
right?
But don't worry, King's March has already been completed. There will be no more town building. Like before, gold will be used for town services, but we're also adding a new way to use it in the upcoming league. It's time to talk about Mercenaries of Trathus. In this league, you will meet veterans who have traveled all the way from the lawless cities of Trathus.
I guess we'll find out.
They're ready to offer their sinister services, but not for free.
Sinister services.
You will encounter these mercenaries as you journey through Rayclast, one in each area. They have their own personalities and come with different builds, skills, and items already equipped.
Alpha's Hell?
After meeting them, as per the Trathan Code, they will challenge you to a duel, a test of strength and conviction. Before
Burning Arrow, Val Burning Arrow, Archimist Mark, Molten Well. Wonder what the fuck those skills are.
beginning the duel, you will be offered an overview of the mercenary you've encountered. Here, you can see the gear they have equipped.
I mean, if you still have to do the people, then yeah, it does feel like they would still be like you're still going back and forth and doing all the like three per plot of people. Like the town upgrading was very small in comparison to the town people management. So I feel like, I mean, maybe they took the ranks out. Yeah, maybe it's just like hire the people.
The skills they employ, and any support effects augmenting those skills.
But we'll see. We'll see.
You must now make a choice. You can hire their services, take one of their items.
Challenges mercenary to a duel for an item. If you win, they will forfeit the selected item and then leave. Okay. Gotcha. So you can select an item. But I guess not everything is selectable. Or Shayla's level on the shipment screen. There might have been, but who knows how that works.
Or
If you win the mercenaries of this attribute type will no longer appear again for the next 10 merc encounters. Up to 2 mercs attributes can be exiled at once. Huh.
Exile
Okay.
them. If you choose to hire them, for a gold cost, they will accompany you as a skilled combatant to assist you in fighting monsters
I wonder how that's gonna feel in... Did they say when mercs start appearing? Like, will you use these in a campaign?
throughout Rayclast. Once you've decided, you can begin the duel. This is a great opportunity to test them, as you don't want to be out of pocket with a useless rookie. However, they're testing you too. They also don't want to be working for
Act 1, that's what I was thinking, like Act 1 Histor merc?
What items might they be using?
Earthquake of Winter. Oh shit. A tweaking mechanics have less gold gain like highest dancing. Huh, okay. Earthquake of Winter.
Generally speaking, mercenary gear is more powerful than what you'd normally find from defeating monsters, as they've been crafting their items too. They can also come equipped with unique items, those that would make sense for the skills they are using. There are even some new unique items that can only be
Like the
obtained from
nerfs
defeating
in the
them.
future, but now this
One
time.
such unique is Scorn Flux. These boots combine agility with
Value-
the mastery
yeah, it
of
does,
the
yeah.
arcane. While equipped, increases to cast speed from Arcane Surge also apply to movement speed,
Not
which
just
is worth
currency.
noting is now 20% inherently from Arcane
Yeah, if you can choose, like depending on how you can choose the item that you want to take from them, early game they could be really strong.
Surge, up from 10.
I'm assuming the clutches of the dam and the seismic crush are skills you can't choose.
Impressive, Challenger.
Monax.
Monax, indeed. Thanks so much, Lion, for the 59 months. I appreciate you sticking around and support the content. Hopefully it's been good. No, because you can choose different things.
They also grant Arcane Surge when you use
When
a
they
movement.
show the
This
choose,
allows
the
for some
take item,
speedy
some things
spellcasters.
highlight, some things don't.
Sometimes you may meet particularly infamous Trathan mercenaries, bearing the name of their house. These mercenaries descend from the 4 major death trade
I'm
families
so
in
ready.
Trathas. They are less common, but have far better
Take their
items.
shoes.
And they are also the sole source of items with new, infamous modifiers, unseen before in Rayclast, such as these gloves.
Because that's what I'm saying. If those are the only source of those, then you have to be able to take those items.
Which convert all of your minions' fire damage to chaos damage. Or this helmet, which causes nearby enemies to take more physical damage as
Taking
you
an
gain more
Empower 4.
fortification. If you're not swayed by any of their equipped gear, however, you can always challenge them for the contents of their pockets.
See here, when he does that, that's what highlights. So I guess the gear and the pockets gets highlighted, and then the gym can sometimes drop. Act 2. Yeah, probably Act 2.
If you lose the duel, don't worry. You don't need to give them an item. You aren't bound to Trathan tradition like they are. However, you are bound to Rayclast tradition. So
Use
you'll
your
just
life
die.
flask, fool.
Almost at
Damn
me.
it.
Well, not really.
He forgot to
While
drink.
playing in a party, each player can decide whether or not they want to participate in combat against the mercenary. For each player that opts in, the mercenary gets more difficult. But if they're defeated, each player has a 50%
Give 'em an
chance to get a
item.
random reward.
You put something for,
Which is
like a shit
usually
item from your
currency items from the
inventory into the
mercenary's
wager
pouch.
window.
Alternatively, party members that opt
Spark, period of lightning.
out of the fight can spectate and cheer you on. Or they might wish for your demise, so they can pick up that allocated divine waiting off screen.
Dead. Good.
Yoink.
Let's say you won the duel, like their items, and have decided to allocate divine waiting.
Can't pick, just get all random.
Alternatively, party members that opt out of the fight can spectate
No,
and
he's
cheer you
still picking even in
on.
co-op.
Or they might wish for your demise, so they can pick up that allocated divine waiting on 50% chance fate in combat against the mercenary. For each player that opts in, the mercenary gets more difficult. But if they're defeated, each player has a 50% chance to get a random reward, which is usually currency.
Oh. A random reward. What?
Items from the mercenary's pouch.
Okay. Huh. Yeah, so they get... Okay. I think it's okay then, maybe.
Alternatively, party members that opt out of the fight can spectate and cheer you on. Or they might wish for your demise, so they can pick up that allocated divine waiting off screen.
Dead. Good.
Random duplication.
Let's say you won the duel, like their items, and have decided to hire them. What combat skills do they bring to the table? Each mercenary has an archetype. Here,
Ash and Fizzer. Triggers. So I'm assuming that those skills there, the Trigger Slam, the Ash and Fissure, those are like locked to them. Those are things we'll never be able to get because they have like this special icon.
this mercenary is an Eruptor, which perfectly couples with my slower, more aura-focused Scion. This mercenary is highly
Sir, why is your
and will get a
aura-focused
lot of
Scion
benefit
slow?
from the auras and buffs I provided.
Stack more auras. You're doing it
When I'm
wrong.
playing a more aggressive character myself, though, I want a mercenary with a bit more resilience and utility. I've just run into a Striker, who can spawn with Vigilant Strike.
You can spawn with Vigilant Strike. That's what I want. Make an aura bot for Mercs. Hell yeah.
And if you're lucky, a very rare golden support that
Gilded Fortification. Hits with Vigilant Strike fortify you and nearby allies for 8 seconds.
it causes the fortify granted by his Vigilant Strike to apply to me as well. He will also frequently use Enduring Cry, taunting enemies off of me, and operating as a tanky frontline while I blitz off damage from the back.
Blitz it off, baby.
Sometimes when you fight a mercenary, you may notice the skills they're using are different from normal. For
Or it's
example,
back on
this
casters.
sniper is using a Trathan version of Siege
Yeah, I mean,
Ballista.
true.
If you're lucky, you will be able to select it as your reward when challenging them. Then
Oh no. If you are lucky, you can select it as a reward. So it is something you have to keep an eye out for. When you press take reward,
as a tanky frontline while I blitz off damage
does
from
he
the
show
back.
it?
Sometimes when you
No,
fight a
okay.
mercenary, you may notice the skills they're using are different from
So
normal.
yeah, you can
For
select
example,
gyms
This
sometimes.
sniper is using a Trathan version of Siege Ballista. If you're lucky, you will be able to select it as your reward when challenging them. Then defeat them.
Insta-gear trade to be prototype in PoE 2 first before being backboarded. Really? So they are actually going into that direction. That's surprising to hear. Huh. Huh. I guess they're modernizing that. Has been consistent on that for a while. Yeah, alright, fair enough. He chooses like gyms and any gym support is the pull. Oh, maybe, yeah. I don't know, Cal. I guess we'll find out how that works, because I don't know if, I don't know if you're going to be able to select, like...
And they'll drop the Trathan gem as promised.
Huh. Well, no, he does talk about they're just a Trathan gym, so maybe not the rest of
You
them.
can only have one mercenary accompanying you at a time, but up to 3 total in your service. The other 2 will wait patiently in town. Having varied options is useful, as there may be situations where you need specific backup, like a difficult boss fight. Any of your mercenaries you have active, or in your reserves, can have their equipment replaced with items of your choosing.
What is this thing? The fledgling. Oh, right. Fledglings cannot collide with enemies when close range.
They don't level up,
What was that
so you
helmet
will
again?
want to be looking out for more skilled and more powerful
They don't level up. Okay. Greater kinetic blast. Elemental weakness. I wonder how their curse limit works with our curse limit. Huh.
Mercenaries as you advance through the campaign and endgame. If your mercenary falls in combat, you will need to return.
Same logic as party play, right? So we'd have to give them +1 if we want to use their curse, right?
to town and spend some gold on healing supplies to get them back on their feet. Then perhaps consider giving them some upgrades, if you think it's deserved.
Oh, that's a good point. They can wear combs because they don't need sockets.
Spend some gold on healing supplies to get them back on their feet. Then perhaps consider giving them some upgrades, if you think it's deserved.
Anime Guardian. Yeah, it is Anime Guardian to a degree, but it doesn't have the scaling that an Anime Guardian does, so I don't know if these will survive if you give them Anime Guardian weapons.
Just wanted to clarify, mercenaries do not lose their equipment when defeated. If your merc buddy consistently fails you, you can just dismiss them and find a new, more resilient ally.
So that's interesting. If you override the weapon or override the item, they lose the item. These are some more glass cannons and other Giga Tanky? Okay. So don't like override the item if you need them to have it at some point. If they have a good item, don't override it.
You walk your path, I'll walk mine.
Earlier, I mentioned you could exile mercenaries. If you keep running into a mercenary archetype and you think, man, this guy stinks, the gear is trash and they have no auras, you can then choose to exile them.
This guy
If you win the duel, they'll be forced to leave with their tail between their legs, and you won't encounter that archetype again for a while.
Okay.
Now, alongside these new Trathan arrivals, we shouldn't forget about the recent...
I mean, honestly, yeah, Haste Aura is going to be one of those things where you're just going to be looking for it at, like, most mercs.
Kalgurin ones too. As we mentioned earlier, the Settlers update introduced gold-based respeccing of passive points. You can now do so by talking to a number
Yeah, Raj, yeah, they have little locks. You can't take out their gear.
of NPCs throughout Rayclast, starting with Bestil and Lionized Watch. Black market item gambling, previously just available in Kingsmarch, is now available in each town at the same NPC. This lets you buy randomly
Rose said his hair is whack.
generated item bases for gold.
Marcus specifically calling out people listing items and not trading. Oh, that's funny.
Very useful if you're stuck for upgrades or searching for a specific...
I mean, true, depending on how they move. I don't know, give them 7 league steps. Fucking give them the old hoofing boots. Let's see them go.
unique. The currency exchange will be returning too. Starting from Lionized Watch in Act 6, you'll be able to find Faustus, who can help facilitate these trades.
Need more water. Need a piss.
Now,
we'll go
after
reading.
almost a year of building, Johan is finally satisfied with the upgrades made to the town. And now its services can be used to their full effect.
Okay.
Kingsmarch is going core, but there will be no more town building.
Don't piss in the water. Explain to me how you use a toilet without pissing in the water.
As you start running maps in the endgame, you'll start to find different ore veins, which Kalgurin workers can mine for you. The shipping mechanic invites you to send these ores and
so he does have levels on his crew there.
crops to Karui and Kalgurin ports,
I probably should,
and they'll return rewards in kind. By sending shipments, you'll receive different items, but by sending to Karui ports, you will also receive tattoos, which can be used on your passive tree to change what stats they grant. The Kalgurin ports will be sending back rune grafts, which is a new passive tree mechanic that replaces the runesmithing service previously offered by the town. Bound reduces bonuses gained to tattoos, but instead of replacing stat nodes, they replace a
Clutches of the Damned.
passive tree mastery
Are they
node.
all like gettable skills?
For example, Runegraft of the Bound reduces bonuses gained from boots, but increases bonuses gained from gloves. Runegraft of the River has a chance to recover
Hard
your
stuff,
life to
right.
full if you reach low
I'm pretty
life.
sure those aren't gettable because some of them have like the same exact icon.
And the Runegraft of Time, which has a chance for your cooldown skills to instantly recover from their cooldown. which I will note includes cooldowns on your triggers, just in case you wanted to trigger even more spells. There are many other rune grafts.
The thing about cooldown triggering resetting is kind of weird because you usually match your attack speed to your cooldown rate, so you're not really gonna trigger faster than your cooldown rate anyway.
Which cover a wide range of different builds and stats. Some are more common and others rarer.
10% damage for each unlinked socket in equipped two-hand weapon. 10% damage for each unlinked socket in equipped two-hand weapon, plus the new weapon or the chicken axe, and they're all unlinked. So you have 6 unlinks for 60% increased damage. Bada boom! For the global defense, time to get thick. It's 60%. I mean, it's just, you know.
You can only use one of a given type at a time, but you can use them on any mastery on your passive tree, which can be particularly useful for off-class investment. Isla has continued to make modifications to the Recombinator. She has developed a new method of recombination that you may recognize from Path of Exile 2. For those unfamiliar, this method allows you to decide which modifiers on the 2 input items you want to try merge together, and it has a success chance.
Usually get more. No, but I'm saying for like the items that don't require links, Faraj, chicken axe affects all of it without actually being linked. The new axe, the Starfall axe, affects all of it without being linked. Those are two-hand weapons, so you just don't link stuff in those anyway. So it's like free, you know.
You can see. This method can result in the items being destroyed. However, it is a good option to use when trying to create items with fewer mods to use as crafting projects.
What was the chance there? T2 fizz, T1 fizz, 8% chance. Are those gonna be the actual percent chances?
This method can result in
I don't know, Graves.
the items being destroyed.
Probably.
However, it is a good option to use when trying to create items with fewer mods to use as crafting projects. Given the existing recombinating mechanic was very powerful for top-end crafting, we didn't want to remove it. We have kept it, and you can now choose to use it the old way or the new way. By letting fate decide, it will combine the 2 items randomly.
Yep. Oh, okay, it's not as bad. Honestly? Okay, it's still pretty bad, but it's okay.
There is no.
I wonder if this works with the meta crafting system. Yeah, those actually do look short, surprisingly. It does cause 18k DOS, but yeah, I wonder.
No risk of destroying either item, but it will be less predictable.
Yeah.
As Settlers is now a core mechanic, we've also added Atlas passive tree support.
I guess we'll see.
For example,
If the meta stuffs exist still, then it's good. But then again, I like that. I'd rather do the new system with the orbs than just rolling it up, rather than do the meta stuff from that, because it should be cheaper in comparison.
if you wanted to gather more Verisium ore,
Depends
you
on
could
how
take
rare it
this
is,
notable. Each ore has a similar node.
Okay.
Refiner's Bargain converts items dropped by possessed monsters into thaumaturgic dust, sulfite into random ores, and life force into random crops.
Hell no. I do not want to see 1 million dust drop out.
We've also added a set of Kalguran scarabs, so you can add more ore deposits.
Turn my fucking headhunter into damn. Notes out? Yeah, I got him opened. I'm just going through here again real quick.
Increase the rarity of monsters that guard ore deposits to at least max of workers to collect resources or gather smelted bars from ore you mark instead of ores. To sum it all up, Kingsmarch is now a thriving town where you can employ a swath of workers to collect resources, refine ores, craft items.
So the workers are still there, and we still have the rank of the workers to go through. Which is weird, because why why would you not just go straight to rank max workers? Like if the town is fully upgraded, you're not gonna buy low-end workers for the most part. Gold intake, I guess.
And run maps for you. Send shipments of resources in exchange for tattoos and rune grafts,
IG rolling,
using
yeah.
those to modify your passive tree to an
Well, we'll
extent
see.
you've never seen before. Following on from that, we've also made a substantial rework to another important mechanic, betrayal. As a refresher,
Early on as well.
and to explain to new players, let's briefly explain
I'll
what
just
betrayal
ignore it for
is.
2 days and get the T16 maps and just do
Betrayal is a
everyone at
mechanic
rank 9.
introduced in Act 9 and tells the story of Jun.
Okay, this is
Kit with
how
reset.
betrayal works.
Fight the mastermind for a chance from the beginning of the investigation again. This has always been a difficult decision for players. Well, in the Secrets of the Atlas expansion, we've split out the mastermind to be completely separate from the core mechanic.
So, okay, it is completely separate from the core mechanic, meaning, yeah, it does not interact with the betrayal board at all. It just drops.
The boss is now accessible through a new fragment that has a chance to drop from the safe house leaders at high levels. The mastermind no longer resets the state of the Immortal Syndicate. You can now build your betrayal board to your liking, optimize it, do mastermind fights, and reap the rewards without having to lose all your progress every time.
The amount of videos that are going to be out and made guides on how to set up your betrayal board is going to be stupid. Like, oh really, man? Like, it's for some reason this has been one of the most complicated like things for people to like understand and get explained in Path of Exile. Like the whole friendship betrayal, moving people around. I know, I was like, it's really simple once you get it, Romantic, but like so many people just don't, and it's been explained so many times by so many people, and it's still like it's good. It's
The boss fight itself has also been improved, now with significantly fewer immunity phases and new rewards. By the way, if you're a new player to Path of Exile 1, don't worry about all this detail. This content is optional, and you can discover and engage with it.
Perfect
at your own
setups are like
pace.
red wires
The
everywhere.
Mastermind still has a chance to drop a Veiled Orb, now
Yeah.
renamed to Veiled Exalted Orb. Veiled Chaos Orbs are being re-added to other safe house leaders. In addition, the Mastermind now drops the new All Flame Embers. All Flame Embers are map fragments that replace monster packs in in-game maps with different types of special monsters. These packs have unusual properties, compositions, or rewards. For example,
So wait, only Katarina drops all flames? Huh. Interesting. So all flames, yeah, so unveiled orbs and all flames are only from Katarina. I don't know, I wonder what they're gonna do with Cinder Swaddle, because Cinder Swaddle really
you
needs
might
help.
use the All Flame Ember of Kulamak, which replaces packs with syndicate monsters and their leaders, who revive after the map boss has been slain. This might at first sound annoying due to backtracking, but these monsters when revived are far more intense and rewarding. It is our intention with All Flames to provide many different types that combine with other mechanics, multiplying with your existing modifiers in new and interesting ways.
I mean, I'm sure there's gonna be some combo that is
Another
just
good
absolutely gonna
example of
break
this
it.
is the All Flame Ember of Propagation. When slain, special rare monsters added by this All Flame here will spread their modifiers to other rare monsters in the map. This can be useful when trying to create singular, very powerful, and very rewarding monsters. Something akin to meat sacks, which are making a
Meat
reinvented
sacks.
comeback with this update too.
Yeah,
Another
okay.
is the All Flame Ember of Resplendence, which adds monsters that drop no items. But when you slay them,
Just keep
you
blasting,
get buff
yeah.
stacks of increased quantity and rarity to enhance the drops of all other monsters. All
Oh yeah, no,
Flame
the
Embers can be
stacking
placed
one
in
will
your
be
map
insane.
device like scarabs.
No
and
doubt.
used in conjunction with scarabs to
You
further
like find all the
customize your
rares,
maps.
kill all the rares, leave
We're
the meat
looking forward
sack
to
up.
seeing which combinations
Stack, stack,
players
stack.
find to enhance their maps. Perhaps you'll use all scarabs, all
And then fucking
flames, or
kill
maybe
it at the
mix and
very
match.
end while
It's up to
stacking
you.
other things.
The Mastermind's unique items have
So these are like brand new then. Uri Spectres can also gain Arcane Surge, crit spells,
also been improved.
and then you get
The
the
veiled modifiers generated on these items are now from a custom pool exclusive to those uniques. Bitter Bind Point.
fire 2 additional projectiles plus 1 specters. I will
For
probably
example,
also
can
sell my
now
all
have various
flames.
spectre-specific.
So that's the same. That's the same. Higher crit roll. Same max life. Energy shield. Just no spell damage. Yeah, so the veiled is the big buff. Okay.
Outcomes. Such
So I don't know. I
as
wonder
plus
what that means for Cane of Call
one
back then.
additional spectre. Aside from improved rewards from the Mastermind,
This is
all
interesting.
the safe house rewards have also been rebalanced. We've done a pass on the crafting sprees at the end of many safe houses. For those who aren't aware how these crafting sprees work, well, it's simple. There's a crafting bench with an
It's
item in
simple.
it and a bunch of currency. There's a limited amount of time, and your only objective is to craft the best item possible before the time ends.
Can't get
One of the
nerfed.
problems that the crafting sprees have is that they often require you to have specific items on hand in order to best maximize your
I'm
results.
glad it's 90 seconds
But
now.
how are you supposed to know that beforehand? In order to solve this, most of the crafting sprees now offer pre-generated items. This has also allowed us to add much more powerful crafting options in each spree. Let's take a look at a few examples.
Oh, true. Replica Paradoxica is has always been really shit. I wonder what happens to it.
In this spree, a randomly generated amulet or ring will be waiting for you. Test your craft.
No, so the crafts are now found throughout maps. You don't have to unveil shit anymore. Unveiling does not do anything in terms of giving you crafts. In maps you'll find altars that give you the crafts.
Skill or luck with this reflecting mist crafting spree. In this spree, you will find a pre-generated unique item and a new kind of orb that
Corrupts a unique item, modifying it unpredictably, can modify corrupted items. Items corrupted this way can have 2 implicits.
resembles a Val orb, but not quite the same. Normally, you can only corrupt an item once.
That was the
but
highest tier,
uniques in
yeah.
this spree can be corrupted and re-corrupted as many times as there are orbs. This orb also allows you to get 2 corrupted implicits and has a much lower chance to brick the item. It can be a very useful tool for seeking specific corrupted implicit outcomes. Of
Yeah, no, if
course,
you get
push
the
your
highest,
luck,
it's
you
not
can
bad.
still ruin the item. There are also crafting
Work it.
sprees where you still need to provide an item, but those items are generally orbs
Okay.
and orbs of chance. Hoping
This one ain't
allows
no
you to bring
way
your
they're gonna
own
keep it like
normal
that.
rarity item. Then just go ballistic.
No,
with a whole ton
no
of
way.
scout
No way you are giving people 90 stacks of both to fucking click through. That's...
orbs and orbs of chance, hoping to get your ideal unique. For most sprees, the rank of the syndicate member increases the amount of currency provided, the quality of the pre-generated items, and the time allowed to
Oh, okay. So you have to rank up the member to get the best chance of it.
craft your item. Aside from the crafting sprees, there are other new options too. If you love gambling for currency,
I'm gonna fuck
how
up
about
my
you try
wrist.
opening Varici's Emperor's Luck chests. These work just like
I mean,
the Emperor's
Varici
Luck
chest,
divination card
hell
and
yeah.
provide full stacks of
Three
currency.
clicks
If you're
of
lucky enough,
Giga drops.
unlike me, you could end up with a whole lot of divines. Betrayal is a good source of veiled items. Veiled items have some important quality of life improvements in this expansion too. All of the crafting bench options normally granted by unveiling items are instead now moved to the core game, so you don't need to run Betrayal to unlock them. They are instead found at the entrances to boss rooms and in-game maps. On top of that, you no longer need to speak to Jun to unveil items. You can just right-click them, or the equivalent on gamepad, and select which veiled modifier you want to unveil.
Yeah, I'll read it in a second. I just want to
Overall,
skim through this again.
changes
Just
where we perfectly enhanced self-guide is in line to help evolve the meta, but we are also focusing our attention on buffing some specific things. This includes spellcasting supports that specifically enhance self-casting builds, channeled spells,
Warb! Less stages. Things. Waddle on in, Frizzy. Waddle on in. More damage. Yeah, they're out. Patch notes.
adding new options to the Guardian, Berserker, Elementalist,
Random shrine buff every 10 seconds.
Saboteur, and Champion Ascendancy classes, which
And then we got Nimmies.
include some favorites from some of the alternate classes from Legacy of Frisia, and buffing a whole bunch.
Man, I'm glad that's getting a buff. What does it do? 5% more damage per blade vortex blade. 80% more area effect per... Huh, okay. Interesting. Hmm. No nerf to base damage, yeah. That's a lot. That's I mean honestly that probably is enough to make some of the setups we've tried to think about doing work. Especially the auto bomber. The auto bomber would probably work really well with this.
To transfigure gems that never really hit the mark. Combined with the new endgame crafting, improved betrayal crafting options, rune graphs for your passive tree, new pinnacle unique items, new modifiers and Trathan gems from the mercenaries, and of course the mercenaries themselves to act as an extension to your character, it's safe to say there's a lot of new character options and builds to think about.
Hell yeah.
Instead of delving into all of the quality of life features...
Okay, I was in all that. Alright. Let me make a cup of tea, take a piss, and begin. Hell yeah, drunken. We'll start reading. We'll start exploring the world of language. Take a piss with a cup of tea in hand? Hell yeah. Get some tea in me. No, yeah, no, the notes aren't actually giga long, which is honestly nice to say. Yeah. Alright, let me use the bathroom and be right back. Yeah, a lot of it will be skippable.
Most of the time, I slap it.
Okay, let's keep going. Cowboy scream. Well, that muted that VOD. Just that section of it, though, thankfully. All right, let's read. Narrate the patch notes. What? But I want to narrate patch notes. Nope. Alrighty. What's going on in the world of patch notes? Notes with patches on them. Or no, patches with notes on them? Who knows? Okay. Most of this stuff is gonna be, skippable in the beginning. We got new stuff. We got the new guy. We got the threads. Not typical map stuff. They're more of the memory style stuff. There's some bosses to kill. The final map also needs a true challenge, affected by the previous modifiers selected at each altar, and guarded by a powerful boss. Each of these bosses are familiar but dreamlike, drawn by Zana's memories wrapped by the Atlas, and into something very different and terrifying. Defeat these monsters and dive deeper into the memory rift to encounter the most significant of Zana's memories, manifested with 3 new pinnacle bosses. I hope they're not too easy. I hope they're not, I hope they are not quest pinnacle level and actually, like, slightly more difficult than normal. Because I don't want to, like, one-shot them when I get there. That'd kind of suck. The Mercenaries of Tartarus Challenge League. Challenge League, great opportunity for a fresh start. Veteran's Journey thing, upon meeting a thing. Hire, take, or exile. May meet particularly infamous ones. These mercenaries descend from the 4 major death fires are a source of new items with the new infamous modifiers. Okay. Only 1 can be with you, but 3 in your service. Get some options going. You can replace the items in active or in those in reserve with ones of your choosing. Mercenaries don't level up, exiles do. You should keep an eye out for more powerfuls as you go through the campaign. All sorts of mechanic slots available. And then the challenges. Okay. New content and features. Focused channeling. Supports channeling spells you cast yourself, significantly improving the damage of supported skills the longer they are cast, while also increasing their cost the longer they are cast. So that is the only new support? Interesting. So what did that say? What did it do? Actually do? Dang it, where is it?
Of life editions.
Endgame, does that mean could be maps?
Character balance.
I think they're like everywhere.
Character balance changes where we are bringing outliers in line to
At least
help
it
evolve
looks
the
like
meta,
from the
but
preview, but we don't know where they
focusing
will
our
be.
attention on buffing some specific things. This includes
Supported skills deal 19% more damage per second spent channeling up to 60. Supported skills 20% more second while channeling up to 100. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Channeling, huh? Another 19% more. 900 shifting. It's per second, though. The thing about, like, Divine Ire is you, like, shpoop, shpoop, shpoop. That's like 4 seconds max. Yeah, like this is This is really long. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Shaper Orb, Elder Orb, Orb of Remembrance, randomizes the number of memory strands. Orb of Unraveling, consumes memory strands. Orb of Intention, causing them to drop more stuff. 20 new uniques from Mercs only. 5 new div. Cyclone and Blade Flurry. Channeling spells. So it's only Flame Blast, Divine Ire, Storm Burst. Storm Burst with that, however, could be very good. They all have int requirements? Scorching Ray, Blight. There's a couple. Tendies. Alright. You can now pause the game. Rogue Harbor can be accessed through the pin in the world. Number of max players on a single instance have been halved. Archmage Tendies could be really good with that, yeah. Message is now output in chat. Nameless Seer reflecting mist spawns. The message is now output to chat whenever the Nameless Seer or reflecting mist spawns randomly in a map. Oh shit. That's pog as fuck. You actually know that there's one in your map now instead of accidentally like walking over it. That's fucking sick. Hell yeah. Continue to implement sound and performance. I assume that's when you actually see it though. I mean, it says randomly spawns in a map, so I think, I don't know, even if you have to see it, even if you like, if it happens. I think it's there just in case it happens off screen, because we do off screen enough shit that you can actually have it happen off screen. So yeah, awesome. That's actually a really nice change. Can't gain or lose experience in these places. Alright. Atlas memories have been removed. Atlas memories have been removed. Existing items will be deleted upon login. Existing memories on your Atlas have been removed. Oh shit. So they just gutted the entire memory system and made it into the new endgame system then. They didn't, Shanks. No, yeah. Probably very few ones. I think it was like the Harvest one and maybe some of the other ones, but yeah. But yeah, it's pretty good. Back from the gym. Welcome back, Wello Twitch. Red tier Kirak missions that you might recognize from previous Atlas memories. Oh, okay. So Atlas memories got removed, but some of the fancy ones that people like were put into Kirak instead. Breach splinters that drop during an encounter now automatically drop at the end. Okay. Commonly found scarabs now drop a higher stack size and higher tier maps, but are found less often, similar to how common basic currencies drops in those areas. Okay. So not clicking so many stacks of tiny scarabs. Fair enough. Orbs of Horizon on Elder Guardian or Conqueror maps. Completing a non-unique map at a low tier. Completing a non-unique map at a tier lower than its natural found no longer grants map bonus completion. Ah, okay. That was a glitch. Further improve level generation of blighted maps so they can fail to open less often. Again. Yeah, so you actually have to find the high tier unique maps now. The Horizon change is huge. Yeah, that helps so much. The following maps are in the pool. The following maps have been removed from the pool. Map tier location have been shuffled, though the pin location has not changed. Some Oh, non-unique. Wait, what? Completing a non-unique map at a tier lower than found naturally from... Oh, shit. Oh, never mind. Let's take that back. So that's the... Yeah, I can't do Kurak anymore. Damn. Oh well. Crafting recipes have been shuffled and ones that were previously unlocked. Okay. The mouse with the great layouts? I have no idea. Map people can go into map layout things. I just run things. Alice passive skills that provide additional chance for your maps to contain a master or extra content that can be turned off through the Alice passives now also cause scarabs in your maps to have increased chance to be scarabs of the type of the extra content. Alice passive skills that provide additional chance for your maps to contain a master or extra content that can be turned off through Atlas passives now also cause scarabs in your maps to have increased chance to be the scarabs of that extra type. Huh. Interesting. That's kind of a cool change. Additional chance. Like this would give you more scarabs? Huh. Yeah. So essentially anything that can be turned off, any node that has a modifier that can be turned off now also gives extra chance for scarabs. On the block node? No, not on the block node, right? Atlas passive skills that provide additional chance for your maps to contain a master or extra content that can be turned off, as in content that can be turned off, but the node that provides additional chance, so this one here, the chance to contain a mirror, this will have additional chance for scarabs of delirium. Is what it's saying. If you can turn it off but spec into it to get chance, these will contain it. Yes, any of the 10 mechanics that can be turned off, the nodes that give additional content will gain additional scarabs. Holy shit, I know how to read. The intelligence gathering node Atlas passive has been replaced with the new lethal extraction notable, which causes executing immortal syndicate members in your maps to grant intelligence to their current division equaled to 2 times their rank. Holy shit. Interesting. Essentially scouts, yeah. Run on programmer sentences. Okay, interesting. So syndicate stuff. The straight and narrowable passive has been replaced with the new Miner's Strike Noble, which prevents ore deposits and Calgarian scarabs from appearing in your maps. Okay. Added 2 Atlas memory clusters, passive to lean towards this, lean towards that, lean towards this. Grasp has the number of memory strands, chance to be lucky. Okay, so we saw all that. Cool, cool. Settlers has gone core. After a year of building, he's ready to build. Gold, which can be used to paying workers' wages as well as passive skill tree respecs and purchasing items in the black market. Currency exchange is back, reaching the endgame in intelligence nodes. Immortal Syndicate members in your maps to grant intelligence to their current division equal to 2 times their rank. So rank 3, 6 intelligence. which causes executing immortal syndicate members in your maps to grant intelligence to their current division equal to 2 times their rank. So 12. Yeah, 6. It's 6 per, but if everyone's level 3 and you execute them and you have 3 people, then it can be up to 18. And normally when you're set up all the way, you're executing anyway, unless the execution has a thing that causes them to move somewhere else. So... per encounter as well. No, it's better. If you're doing one safe house. No, because if they pull people, it can be multiple safe houses. Like, you can pull multiple people from the same... Because it doesn't say leader, it just says members of the syndicate. So you can get way more at once. So yeah, it could be... If they're all rank 3... You just run one safe house, right, yeah. But if all the rest of your safe house is full, and then in a map you get, let's say, research. At the end of research, you get multiple members, right? So you have like 4 members of research, maybe you pull 3 of them. If you execute all 3 of them, each one gives you 6 if they're all rank 3. So it's 6, 12, 18 for that one safe house. But it depends on how, you know, how you set it up and stuff. It can be good, but that also means you may not want them to be, like, you definitely don't want them to be allies with other safe houses. That way they don't pull from other safe houses and stuff. I think it takes a little bit of setup, but it can be better. For getting enough stuff for one safe house. Why would you not want that? There's only one point, right? Yeah. If you don't want them pulling from other safe houses because you may like essentially not want to get other members from other safe houses because then you waste that 6 if you want to do that one safe house quicker. But I don't know. It's going to depend on how they change how it works. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Upon reaching endgame, Johan will invite you to King's March. Oh. In reaching endgame. So no, we don't actually do King's March until we are in maps. Okay. Rift. I mean, yeah, bismuth is. I'm happy to not deal with it in campaign. Calgary imports. Yep. Recombulator changes. Okay. Ore deposits. Yeah, we saw all that. Ore deposits, rare ores. 10% chance for ore deposits in your maps to be replaced by lost shipments. Huh. Bunch of nodes. I don't know what lost shipments is, but okay. Huh. Yeah, Kata is only Kata now, romantic. They're unbound from each other. Kata is just like its own fight now. She has nothing to do with your safe houses anymore. Random box of loot from a shipped ore instead of ore. Oh, okay. That seems, yeah, interesting. Okay. Sure, why not? That sounds kind of cool. New cluster location. There are now 5 job rankings in King's March, previously 10. Huh. Interesting. Okay, so that's what they did for it. Adjusted banana to more closely match the size of the Calgarian version. What? I know the lamppost they're talking about. I know that one. I know where that is. But what is this? Adjusted banana to more closely match the size of the Calgarian version. Was there a giant banana? What are they talking about? I know the lamppost. I know exactly which lamppost this is. But I don't understand what this is talking about. What lamppost is it? The one, the Atlas runners are like here. You have the Disenchanter here. Right between them is a lamppost. And it makes it so you always get stuck on that one when you're going by Isla. I don't know. I don't know what this means. Adjusted banana to more closely match the size of the Calgarian version. Hold on. I want to log in. What the fuck? What? Is there a banana in King's March that I don't know about? When's the last time I updated? 1 gig. On the table? The banana is the one on the ground beside the west entrance of the main house in King's March. What a weird patch notes. To have like banana size adjustments. Somebody was very self-conscious of their banana size. It's okay. It's how you use it. Not the size of it. Trust me. Your banana is beautiful. What it can be both. I mean, I guess. Bananas are a measurement tool. Wait. Can I even go to King's March? Yeah, I was gonna say. Something's off here. That's why I logged into a standard character. I'll
be right with you.
Where? West entrance of the main house in King's March. I don't... What? Where's a banana? It's a perfectly fine character to look for stuff. They're on the floor?
Hello.
Where banana? I can't tell either if it's... Is there like a banana? They just make everyone log in to look for a banana? There. Huh. There was a banana.
There you are.
And yeah, wait, they're saying... What the fuck? Adjusted banana more closely match the size of the Calgarian version. So... There's another banana somewhere then. Huh. Anyway, banana. Also, this character. This is probably what I'll league start, honestly. Not this specifically one, but... Yeah, that's the one I just walked by.
Now, what was the name of that wench last night?
Huh. This was a really good character. I like this character. I like it a lot. Anyway. Betrayal rework. Okay. Mastermind is a separate fight, no longer resets. The Immortal Syndicate fragment to travel to the Mastermind's lair has been improved. Fewer immunity phases can be accessed. The Mastermind's lair cannot be accessed if you have not unlocked the endgame. Drops all flames. Okay. No longer drops rare items. Okay. The amount of safe house intelligence obtained from the choices made after defeating Immortal Syndicate members has been lowered. The time taken to reach a safe house is overall longer than before. Ah. So in that regard, that might be very good then. That node. Yeah. Once you get your hands on a safe house leader, your only option... Once you get your hands on a safe house leader, your only option is now to execute them. Well, no love lost there, let me tell you. Okay. Veiled orbs now remember veiled exiled orbs. Reintroduced veiled chaos orbs. Safe house leaders have a chance to drop veiled chaos orbs. Safe house rewards have been completely rebalanced. Happy interrogating. Okay. No, this is like when you run the safe house. There's no, I think, maybe, or maybe it does change that. Once you get your hands on a safe house leader, that's in maps. I think this is like when you do a safe house, maybe. I don't know. Oh, fuck it, we'll figure this all out when we get into the game. It's hard to tell at what point they're talking about what and what, like, how this all works. Yeah, I was gonna say, if that's the case, then you can't... I don't know. Interrogate, now it's just execute? Okay, yeah. But... there's only one option on the leader. Okay, yeah. Alright, we're good, we're good. Either way, we'll figure it out. Veiled Chaos Tips and red. That's the way. Betrayal of All Flame. 75 increased number of monster packs in All Flame. All of the crafting bench recipes normally granted by unveiling has now been unlocked to the map of the Atlas. Now unlocked by interacting with the recipes on objects. 41 recipe objects. Some veiled modifiers have been combined with pre-existing recipe objects. You're no longer required to speak to June to other items. Remove all Removing all rivalries from the Immortal Syndicate board is no longer an option offered when deciding what to do with defeated Syndicate members, though there is a new option to remove all rivalries in the current division. Ah, okay. So you can't accidentally fuck up your entire board, but you can fuck up a division. Okay. Yeah, bad option replaced with less bad. This was it. Bargaining with Immortal Syndicate members now gives multiple scarabs and veiled items, but fewer currency items. Okay. Intensity stacks now are now lost every 0.5 while moving, previously 0.25. Arcane Surge is now 20, up from 10. Okay. So intensity actually sticks a little bit longer and you get double Arcane Surge passively. Hell yeah. That's good shit. Skill gym changes. Thus it begins. Anime Guardian. Anime Guardians now retain their items when they die. However, if an Anime Guardian dies, you cannot summon an Anime Guardian again in that area unless that area is a hideout. Interesting. That is a slightly unexpected change, yes. This is the mark, right? Trial unique item changes? They weren't here, were they? No, they're down there somewhere. If you can keep your AG alive, it's like, yeah, 100%. It's good to have on a setup. Bane of Condemnation. Now is a base cast of 0.8. Mana cost of 14. 2720. Gain another 300 base. Huh. Hmm. 5% more damage for Blade Blast, for Blade Blast of Unloading. Yeah. Okay. I do wonder if this makes the looper work now. Blade Blast of Dagger Detonation. 60% as much damage for previously from 50. Okay. Blade Fury of Incision. Yeah, that's a lot. This is big. So yeah, it's possible. It works way better now with BV. It's crazy. It would have needed it needed that much more extra. That's Sabo Looper, yeah. Yeah, this could be really nice as a combo. Super strong. Safe house interrogation. Ah, okay. Well, like I said, it's fine. We'll see it when we get there, like in game. 180 of base attack speed. Base effectiveness went up a lot. 40% more crit from 35. 40 crit while at max stages, 5 more crit chance for each stage. Huh, okay. 40 crit multi-while at max stages. Was it?
Today we're looking at Primave's Blade Blast Saboteur.
Right, yeah.
It uses a new transfigured version of Blade Blast to unleash beautiful, murderous circles. Welcome to Build of the Week. I'm Eben from Grinding Gear Games.
Yeah.
Blades on the ground, which can be detonated with Blade Blast. However, this league we released Blade Blast of Unloading, a transfigured version of the gem that works with Blade Vortex instead. Blade Vortex builds up stacks of spinning blades around our character. Blade Blast of Unloading can then be used to periodically trigger whatever spell we link to it.
Life Loop was what I was talking about,
Blade
but...
Vortex. So we're automatically generating some blades, which we can detonate at our leisure. But we can go further. If you're new to Path of Exile, bear with me here because this is what it's all about. Primeva suggests picking up the Saboteur's nifty minions, take any...
And doing the triggering stuff, yeah. But no, I mean, honestly, that will just boost that as well, so... Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea to try to make use of that. Blade Trap of Great Swords. 220. Cooldown of 6, previously 8. Yeah. It's more damage. You get to cast them more often, but is it still really good enough? Maybe, but seems a little weak as it is. The cooldown is the hard part, yeah. Scion was my life looper. Typically they have to be Scion. Blade Trap of Laceration. One-handed axes. No longer has... Was it that one? Yeah. Yeah, it's a Scion. One-handed axes. It no longer has no longer has 40 to 59 more damage for bleeding at gym level 20. Now has bleeding inflicted by this skill deals damage 50% faster at all gym levels. Has a 260 effective base. And bleeding deals 10% damage faster. 60% faster bleeds. I do here. Yeah, sometimes I'd have to look at my builds and go, I don't know what that was again. Okay. Many instant bleeds? Yeah, probably. Make them so quick that just like pop, 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 pop. Only used with one-hand axes. Huh. Interesting. Oh, can also be used. Yeah. Huh. I have no idea what to do with that. I'm sure there's a build there, I just don't know what the fuck it is. Off the top of my head. Blade Fury went up by... I was gonna say, Jack the Axe is an option, I think. And now has 25% more damage with hits and ailments for each stage, previously 20. 20% more damage with while at max stages, previously 5 for each stage. Okay. Blade Vortex of the Scythe. Now has a base cast of 1.2 from 0.8. Whoa. 36 at gym level 26. 300 effective from 200. Base duration of 0.8 from 0.6. 2,000 from 13. And the quality is 20 more physical damage, previously base duration. Huh. Interesting. BV Scythe. It's a spell, yeah. 2,000. With 20 more physical damage. We're gonna DPL? No, it's just a cast. It's not a channel. I mean, 2,000 is a massive physical chunk, yeah. Body swap of sacrifice. It's twice now per cast? Oh, that's right, yeah. Cause it like spins around you, right? Doom, doom. Yeah. Base cast time? Base cast time of 1.2. Ah. As a base duration of 0.8. Yeah. So its base duration is the quality became the base duration, then they added another thing there. Yeah, it's essentially the same. So it still hits 2. You just don't need the quality. BV South Volcanus? Maybe, yeah. Bleed Trap's playable now? Maybe. Slap on Jack Axe and go. Okay. Yawn. Lack of food. Body swipe of sacrifice. 29% from 24%. 5% of minions max life, previously 4. Bigger explosion based off minions max life. Okay. Blight went from 421. Oh no, went from 351 to 421. Alrighty. Blight also got buffed there. And buff there. 6 layers of debuff rather than 5. Huh. Blight got a bunch of channeling stuff to it. Are we actually going to see some Blight builds? Who knows? Bone Shatter of Carnage. 20 increase of area effects. Still 15 area, so more area. 20 more damage, 5 area effect per 0.2 stun duration up to 400. Don't know any of that. Burning Arrow Vigor. 75 base attack speed. Mana cost. 32 max life, previously 24. It's still not great. Yeah, it's still just been too weak. Like fuck it could be 50%. Carrying golem stuff. Crack Lance of Branching is 330, up from 260. Crack Lance of Disintegration is 360, up from 300. Really? Disintegration? Isn't this like the insane one? Yeah. I was gonna say, yeah, I guess nobody was playing it, but yeah, like, I know this one's really strong. Was bits? Yeah, okay. Saw the announcement? Fuck yeah. Cold Snap. 390 up from 320. 25 from 21.6. And then base damage of 22 to from 19. Okay. Okay. Teared up when he sells on it. She's back, baby. Okay. What's it called? That buffs? Yeah, it's a bit there. A little bit of that. Contagion. 281. 235. Subsizing 15. Up from 12. 821. 686. Okay. Cyclone. Death Aura. Holy shit. 25% more chaos damage from Death Aura? Holy shit. Death's Oath back on the table, boys. What's Cyclone? Effectiveness. 20 less movement speed. So it moves a little bit quicker. 15 increased area effect per 1 meter additional melee from 10. 5 area effect, previously movement speed. Oh, okay. So 20 area effect per 1.1 meter. Okay. Big ol' Cyclone. 180 attack speed up from 160. 125 effective base added. Let me open my door. It's warm in here. Management Blade, lastly, had 30-minute DPS on the morning. Yeah. No, it's strong. That's strong. Mana cost of 4, previously 5. 25 more attack speed per stage, up from 20. 15 area from 10. Gain quicker, lose quicker. Okay. DD of Chain Reaction. Now deals 6 to 8, previously 9 to 13. 431 from 704. Damn! That bitch got cut in half. If not more. It's still strong, yeah. But, I mean, makes sense. Wait, Discharge of Misery. Discharge, you say? 210 from 180. 20% more area from 15. 75 from 63. 701 to 54. More fire damage. Okay. So just a bit better. Nothing insane, but it is better across the board. All good stuff up across the board. Not bad. Divine Ire is up to 50 effectiveness and goes to 380 from 305. Alright, hell yeah. 250 more per thing from 240 and 105 previously 5. Okay. Divine Ire stronger. Hell yeah. Disintegration also stronger. A little bit more cast speed, but that's fine. Or cast time, I mean. Divine Ire of Holy Lightning. Also slight buffs across the board. Essence Drain. Okay. Got up by another 200 on there. Base Chaos went up by about 300. Okay. $14. Now deals 91,000, 1,426. What the hell happened there? I'm trying to figure out what this number is supposed to be in comparison to what this number is supposed to be, but I think it's supposed to be 91.1 to 4,002. Yeah, there it goes. So it went up by 300. Even more damage. Yeah, it's a lot more damage. Essence Drain of Wickedness. Okay. More damage on there as well. Yeah, so a lot of these are just like more damage. Finality. Base cast time. Okay, okay. Come Storm buffed again. Yeah, so yeah, exactly, roughly 15, 25. Just same skills, just buffed a bit. I have Winter Transience. Fire Trap, Flame Blast of Stability, Flame Dash of Return. 340. Oh, Fire Trap went down by 300, 500. Yeah, right. Shit. Huh. Um. 0.3, 0.25, 0.7. 20 more spell damage per each stage, previously 165. Holy shit. Quality now is 40 more spell per each stage previously. Yeah, I guess that's probably finally usable. This one seems close enough to usable now. In comparison to what it was. Yeah. I mean, with that scaling, yeah, this 40% for each stage. 3 stages make it pop real fast. Yeah. The funny thing about this is like the flame blasts are all kind of converging on each other. In terms of like what they do, it's gonna be which one is easier to pull off. But 3 staged, with big Giga Pops is not bad. Flame Dash of Return. %19 increased maximum travel distance. What the hell? 400 place, okay. 100 base. Scorch. Huh. Apply Scorch. You could. You could actually use it as a scorch applicator on single target. Huh. Interesting. Flame Surge of Combusting. 310. Burning Ground is 50% from 35. It's a bit jank, yeah. Well, it's, I guess it's forwards and backwards, right? So it's 2020. So if you get like ashes or something. 50% of the fire damage inflicted on Ignite. And then you get that. Perverting Grounds, 15%. Quality now provides Burning Ground deals 15% of fire damage per second of inflicted Ignite, previously 10. Huh, okay. Interesting, yeah. Nerfs? I haven't been nerfed yet. I'm still OP as fuck. It doesn't... This one? The guys you guys are talking about? This does not nerf me at all. This is purely the stupid version of it. My version is just the same. It's just as strong. Firestorm of Meteors. It would be a very good league starter. It's either, realistically, if nothing stands out, it's either Katabasis or a live stacker. But I did use a cane, yes, true. I don't know what happened to those yet. I'll get there in a second. 310. One with 275 from 2487. Okay. Frostblade's projectiles now deal 30% less damage with hits and ailments. Okay. Katabasis, 86. 240 from 409. Yeah. But yeah, like I said, this doesn't affect my version of the build at all. 20% of max energy shield as base chaos 15. 50 takes 50% of max energy shield as chaos previously 40. Holy shit. Frost Bomb boosted up by a little bit. 205, 2086. That's not bad. 500 bonus on top. Galvanic Field. 350, 320. Frost Bomb. I yelled about Frost Bomb so hard. The man who fixed Frost Bomb left. How dare he? Run away from the truth. Uh, 3-3, 385. Now beams 0.2. Couldn't teach him. Huh. Interesting. Bully's the working man. Hell yeah. Fix my frostbomb. Guess we're gonna get to the fissure. Base crit of 6 from 5. Okay. A bit more upgrade. The base crit is huge, yeah. Base crit's the biggest issue with a lot of these spells. Explosive Havoc, 2.5, 350 from 210, so a bit smaller but bigger. Holy Flame Totem, 33% farther? Holy shit. Of Ire, 33% further. 128 more projectile speed from 88. Huh. Gives 40% increased consecrated ground area from projectile speed. Oh, okay, they roll the projectile speed into this, but then they gave conc ground area. Interesting. Yeah. That's been rolled in and then gave it another quality. I mean, yeah, Holy Flame Totem is actually decent. Maybe the targeting issue fixes it. There's even the thing with fucking making it, like, go really fucking far and fast. So, yeah, interesting. Ice Crash, more attack speed. More physical is extra cold. Okay. Ice Nova Deep Freeze. 490 freeze provides freeze enemy. Quality now provides freeze enemies as though dealing 80% more damage. Interesting. So, like, just really massive freeze on them? Huh. 490 plus 80, so it's like 570 more damage. Yeah, that's actually kind of crazy. The, like, Giga freeze setup. Massive freeze and then do damage with it. Yeah, this was... Yeah, I mean, essentially it froze everything. Huh, okay. The let's just freeze everything build. And then you get the boost of the heat shiver on top of that. This was when I was using a mage blood for this setup because it was stupid, but huh, okay, interesting. Good to see that that's doable. Yeah, that was a while back. Ice Nova Frost Bolts can now expand up to from 2 Frost Bolts rather than 4. No longer has 25 less area though. Base radius of 2.2. Damn. Okay, that was kind of clipped. Huh. Yeah, no, they'll figure it out. I'm surprised that was I mean, it was strong, I get it. Incinerate of expansion. Which one did I use? Did I use venting or expansion? Venting, Hyro. I made a fucking video on it? Holy shit. I make videos on things. That's fucking crazy. Yeah, it's Necro. Stack charges. 28 mil. 55 up from 50. At a maximum stage of 15, previously 12. 342 gym level. Quality. Damn, that's a lot of max stages. Holy shit. It's another 3 stages there, and then another +1 there. This +4. Damn. That's a lot of max stages then. Huh. Oh, dang. Yeah. Stage benefit there. Yeah. Okay. Thinker, if I need to redo it again. Infernal Cry, 19 down. Now has a mana cost of 19 from 10. Okay. Lightning Condom of the Heavens now shocks enemies as though dealing 39 more damage at 20. Lightning Strike now deals 50 less damage Projectiles deal 50 less damage with hits and elements. Holy shit. Okay. Dude, tendies is every 5? Oh, that's gonna feel so good. That's gonna feel so good. Eccentricity tendies is every 5. That's still good. No, that's like that's like way better. Oh, you mean lightning? Yeah, this is fine. But tendies every 5. Hell yeah. I like that. What's the other thing? The new support gym. Pyro hit based? I mean, maybe. I don't know. The new support gym with tendies. Channeling. Crit Ignite round 2. That was a really good setup. That was a good setup. I don't know. Maybe. I'll have to think about it. Because, yeah, this was, like, really strong. That permanent crit, pain attunement, boom. Escalation has a base cast of 0.35 from 2.3. Mana went up 290 from 150. 11 lightning from 6. 285 from 2016. It is very slow, the new support gym kill, yeah. 3 seconds is, or 4 seconds is a long time. That's a big lightning base. I'll have to see how that goes. I don't know. Too many things. Molten Strike projectiles are 60, previously 50. Oh, that's right. This one's the non-crit one. This is the one that crits. Escalation, eccentricity. It just gets bigger, yeah. 60% less, 50% less. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Zenith is 60% less from 50. Every 50 is 600% more rather than 800% more. Okay? It can, but you gotta scale it. This one guarantees crit. This one, you actually have to scale crit chance. Perforate of Bloodshed is 6 rather than 5. 280 quality, more damage with bleeding. 100% more damage with bleeding. Huh, okay. 5-3. Turns from more area for the sand stance. Huh. I mean these look okay. I haven't played Perforate, but looks interesting. Perforate Enjoy is probably Perforate Enjoying. Parasiphon 105, 159. Base attack speed 150, previously 115. So attack faster, but effectiveness goes down. Okay. PS mines. That's fine. Totems. Just shift everyone over to PS totems instead of PS mines. Stats stackers are machine guns. Hell yeah, I'm okay with it. Archmage 60 down from 100, or 60. 60, yeah, down from 100. Has an attack speed of 150, 150. Okay, it's the same idea. Revelations. 110. 30. It was the one I used for one setup, I remember right. It was the one that does the most damage on the shockwave rather than actually hitting it. Yeah. Okay. Fine change. Raise Spectre as a transience. Base cast time. More crit. Okay. Reap deals 17 from 14, so 300 base crit. Or 300 base fizz. Okay. Reap doing Reap things. 25 more cast speed at level 20 for Righteous Fire of Arcane Devotion. I don't even know what that Righteous Fire is. What the fuck is a Righteous Fire of Arcane Devotion? It's modifies the spell. Max mana as base fire. You burn for 90% of your max mana as fire. Ah, okay. It's the mana one, right. And it also grants 25 more cast speed for mana burn. Huh. Yeah, it used to not provide any buffs, but now it provides the buff of cast speed. Interesting. Yeah, I guess so. Deals 70% of your max mana as base fire damage per second. So you're still taking it against. Yeah, I mean, honestly, yeah, that's not a bad idea. That's just fucking giga cast speed there. And that burn when you have no mana. It says the effect ends when you have 1 life remaining, not when you have 1 mana remaining. So, if you go blood magic, I have no idea. I've never tried to use this to see what happens. I don't know. Because, yeah, if you have no mana, do you just take no damage? Yeah, I would assume so. Then again, blood magic builds are not that fucking used everywhere, so... Well, I mean, it... Yeah, it depends on how we go about it, maybe. I mean, realistically, it's still the play of, like, if you just keep reducing your mana down, but you have massive HP pool, 25% more cast speed from that, if you just, like, burn a little bit is fine. Sacrifice faster with rapid, as long as you can get it back. Yes. But yeah, we'll see. Warb livestock. Yeah, true. And the chat's off. Yeah, if I had one, I just don't want to log in and get one right now. Because I don't think I have one on anybody. Scorching Ray, additional debuff changes. 80% more damage per stage. Additional debuff stages now add 80% of the damage, previously 60. Quality now provides fire exposure, applies -5 fire resist, previously additional debuff stages per... Interesting. The Scorching Ray, like, quality stacking rips more fire resist off the mob? Yeah, I was gonna say, you could quality stack and, like, rip off a lot of fire resist. Interesting. I mean, honestly, yeah, that's... That plus Ashes is... Huh. Does it, Raj? Huh. It's a net 10. Right, because this 10 was rolled over to here, but it's another 10 plus, and you get the fire resist. That's a lot. Like, that makes Scorching Ray, like, probably actually viable. Not bad, not bad. Scorching Ray of Immolation. 2, 3, 4. Up from 18, 19, 3. Almost just SR with Eye of Malice. 7 dialogues. Eye of Malice. Yeah, maybe. Do a single target attack over Flame Trap? Maybe, yeah. Just like rip off fire rather than... Yeah, maybe. That's the thinker. That's the thinker. Well, that's a thinker right there. Scourge Arrow went upwards. Yep. Okay. Viably says, I've done it. Shield Crush of Chieftain. Base of 0.9. 12 per 15. 24 per 20. Interesting. Other venture. Oh, yeah, no, I just, the reason I was saying this. Shield Crush of the Chieftain. That's why I said Chieftain. Not to stand around on Chieftain. Oh. Siphoning Trap, 9-0. Okay, Soul Rend, 31, up from 26. Soul Rend actually like getting stuff. 31. Oh, they both got it. Okay, so they both get the same damage buff on their chaos damage. Huh. Spellslinger now has a base reservation of 20 at all gym levels, previously 30 to 25. Oh shit. You might actually be able to fit Spellslinger into builds like not as ass. Yeah, that'd actually, yeah. Spiral could go, yeah, that's so much base chaos damage. Splitting Steel. Projectiles can no longer return. Huh. 387 from 330. Base radius. Huh, okay. Projectiles can no longer return either. Nimi's too strong. Yeah, alright. Base, Storm Burst, 0.2 from 0.25, mana cost of 4 from 5. Huh, okay. So you can actually cast Storm Burst way quicker. That's kind of cool. That actually might make Storm Burst like really good, because you don't have to get as much duration to get over the, get enough orbs on the ground. Oh, wait. Holy shit. Are they buffing all the golems? Fuck me, they are. It still does duration scaling? Yeah. What does it change? Not a buff? Okay. Chaos resist. You lost the physical damage reduction. Of course. Fuck. Chaos damage resistance instead. Damn it. I was using that for great effect. That sucks. Why was that removed? Okay. 29 all damage, 20, and Golem now also grants 20 increased area effect at all gym levels. That's cool. Flame Golem's sick. Now also grants 16 damage over time multiplier. Yeah. So they're basically granting 2 things per golem. Yeah, that is. So it's chaos resist damage over time for the chaos golem. That doesn't help my ball lightning setup, but well, hold on. Oh, interesting. Okay. Stone Golem now also grants 20% increased defenses. Huh. Yeah, no, I still use it because it's a golem slot, but now inflicts significantly more wither stacks. Increased effect of wither. Oh shit. Hmm. 29 area effect. Meteor skill deals 30% more damage. 40 crit. And accuracy. Flat accuracy rather than percent accuracy. That's interesting. 10 cast speed. And 18 mana regen. Huh. Okay. Well, that's very welcome. Yeah. Yeah, I mean... okay. And area skills with obies. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's like the thing I just logged into, right? So, like, all of these buffs. This guy's got insane buffs on everything. Life regen. Yeah, safeguarding's unchanged. Which is interesting. Hmm. Hmm. I think Golem buff stack last time. Second ones? I don't think so. It's just single instance. Hmm. I mean, that's a lot more then. We just lose the fizz damage reduction. And then these balls would be way bigger. Hmm. Flame Blast would be big. Corrupted Soul, yes, Bearer. Hmm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Not bad then, not bad. Yeah, true, yeah, I can replace it. But it would be nuts. In terms of like the overall power scaling of this. No doubt. Interesting. Because it is a lot more than, yeah. The only thing we lose is the physical damage reduction. Interesting. I mean, if I had that Righteous Fire, I could do it right now, but I don't have the Righteous Fire that it's asking for. That's the problem.
Travik raided the stream.
Travik, appreciate the raid. Hope you're doing well. Hopefully you're hyped. Yeah, I don't have the other Righteous Fire. Oh, Stalin Lab. Appreciate the raid. Hope you're doing well. How's it, Pippi? But yeah, I mean, this does really help this build. Excited out of your mind. Hell yeah. Good to be excited, no doubt about it. Very, very good. And it does look like a lot of good stuff, so. Hell yeah, hell yeah. So we got a bit more cast speed. The mana regen doesn't do anything. We got a bit more crit, bit more damage, massive boost to area. Which mapping build? I'm over here saying, which stacking build do I start? Do I live stack? Or do I golem stack? Or do I just go Pathfinder and become immortal? Who knows? I need to keep reading. Is what I need to do. Flat mana regen, lightning golem scaled up, and use the channeling support. Yeah, I guess so. You could. You could make use of that a lot. Static currency? No, we can't do that one. No. Okay, I don't know anything about remnants. 4 summon reapers. 3 was batch. 20 chance to inflict respective elements. 20% increased defenses. Yeah, the defenses is kind of whatever. There isn't really much to get from that either here. This guy had 4,000 life regen a second. Oh wait, sorry. 4,600 life regen a second. Hell yeah. This guy was so absurdly thick. I mean, true. Yeah, Merc could have auras. Goes beyond 4 Reapers. It isn't, right? Yeah, 3 to 4, maybe 5 at a higher level. I don't have the gym. Otherwise, I would. I don't own one. I'd have to get my hands on one. So I don't have the ability. Void Sphere of Rending. .4 meters per 2.2. Pulses every 0.25, previously 3. The quality now provides -0.5 seconds to base duration. What? Oh no, plus 0.5 seconds to base duration. I was like, what? What am I reading? Plus 0.5 seconds to base duration. Huh. Yeah, you can't scale the... It pulses quicker, which is nice. So it is more damage. But... yeah, exactly. Duration is kind of whatever. What did this guy have on anyway in terms of... Oh, right. It is like a 20% buff, yeah. Inner conviction. Oh, that's right, yeah. Oh, right, vouch, yeah. When you need to restart the stream, it happens every single time. Someone had OBS set to do 4K when it was supposed to be. I was trying to be 2K. Yeah. I saw the settings. I was like, well, someone's got their OBS, and reason Twitch wasn't offering them 1080p. Weird. Good night, Eli. I guess we sleep. Or when you go to sleep. 10th of what year? Is a partner given special treatment for whatever reason? Oh, really? Huh. That's weird. I feel like they should be able to, like, contact Twitch and be like, hey, I ain't going to sleep yet. Well, no, well, too bad. Now you are. That's odd. Why would they, More corporate account? I would assume so. I would assume most corporate accounts get, like, a corporate account thing. That just seems like just contact Twitch. You're not my dad? True. Thank fuck for that. No. I don't want to be a dad. Nothing wrong with you. That's purely a me thing. It wasn't offering them 1080p. Huh. Weird. Odd. Vortex. Yeah, the running pub. Yeah, these were like super simple gear. I mean, that still would do a massive amount of damage. The problem with this was it just had no defense. Yeah, it was like giga squishy because I had to do this like weird workaround to make it work. So, yeah. But, I mean, it's still doable. It's still possible, so just gotta work with it. With charms, yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. Okay, I feel like it still needs more. I mean, I know what it needs. It needs Plume of Pursuit to be fixed, but yeah. Vortex is 210 from 170. 277 from 236. Well, what if you just made it instant still? No? Okay. Winter Orb. 80 effectiveness. 450 from 337. Now has a max of 8 from 10. 30% increased duration per stage. Now has 125 more projectile frequency from 150. And 20 increased projectile frequency per stage. Is that like... So it gets more effectiveness, it gets a better base, but at less stages, a bit more duration per stage, but that cancels out within less stages. 125% frequency from 150, but increased stages per 15. Right? Because this is 80 effectiveness from 60. 450 from 337. Max 8 from 10. So down 2 stages. 30 increased duration from 25. And fires more. Does more damage, lasts longer, and caps sooner. Okay. Now has 125 more projectile frequency while channeling, previously 150. %, less duration. Okay. I guess good for it. I really can't tell. Just seeing like the projectile frequency go down with less stages. And then these two just cancel out with this, I guess is good, yeah. Non-channeling frequency? Okay. Alright. Orbs back on the menu, boys. Winter brand is now 298 from 261. No channel. I mean, yeah, I get it. I get it. Cool. Vow skill changes. Vow Blight. Cool. Vow Cold Snap. 420 from 350. $287 from 253, $290 from 245. Was good? Hell yeah. Okay. Val Cyclone has more area. More increased area effect. Okay. Val Lightning Strike is 75, down from 114, scaling up to 117 from 233. Okay. Then Val Reap got a 480. Deals 324 from 282. The base of 333 from 294. Okay. Interesting changes. Across the board, little things here and there. Support gyms. Holy shit, keep reading. Arcane Surge supports now skills now deal 35 from 25. Arcane Surge is 30 increased mana and 20 cast speed at all gym levels, previously 58 and 20. So the mana regen goes down to its base value, but the cast speed comes up to 20 at all levels. Okay, and then more spell damage. Okay. Okay. Archmage got nerfed by 3% on the top end. Okay. Awakened Spell Echo no longer causes supported skills to deal 10% less damage. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, you can actually use Arcane Surge, because, yeah, I think net overall it's better. Because it's like, this number is actually in line with the rest of the supports. So this actually probably becomes just a main link thing now with the cast speed and this more spell damage. Yeah, I think this, like, realistically is just, like, the support you use. For anything that's, like, hand-casted, I don't see why you wouldn't use it. This combo of these two is just so strong. I mean, yeah, it's, you know, you gotta gain Arcane Surge, but that's fine. Awakened Unleashed now has a cost and reservation multiplier 140. Deal 33 less damage, down from 38 less damage. Okay. So it's not... Awaken Unleash is a little bit better. Cost reservation of 140. Decay, 1230 for 8 rather than 1043. Okay. Infused Channeling. Now we'll let you take 12% less damage from hits, previously 8. Okay. I mean, honestly, this could be 20. Channeling is just one of those things where people really don't want to do it. So to incentivize it, that could be a way bigger number. Lurk away, scouts, lurk away. I really need food at some point. Intensify now cost 130 from 140. Support skills now deal 16 more damage with area hits per intensity, up from 14. Okay, so intensity got boosted as well. Pinpoint is a 130. Deals 10% less damage, down from 16. Okay, that's pretty good for pinpoint. Yeah, those both got really nice buffs. Winter Orbicoldus, power charges. Fuck yeah, do it. Oh man. Returning projectiles deal 66% less damage from 61. So they return a little bit there. Support skills now sacrifice 20% of your current life to gain added damage equal to 54% of your sacrifice life. Oh wow, sacrifice got boosted. That was it, using that on this setup. Power charge, light oil, crit, ball static, and power. No, okay. I was not using it on here. Voice Fear Rending, Life Stack, or Wrathpith? Yeah, maybe. Dark Pack and a guy. Yeah, Sacrifice is in a weird spot. I've tried to use it a couple times now, and it's always like, nah. Spell Echo is 140, and doesn't cause it to deal less damage anymore. So Spell Echo is actually pretty good. Back on the menu. Okay. So, Unleash, 36 less damage from 41. Cool. Yeah, I mean these are decent changes for self-casting. I think it brings it up in line a little bit more. Spell Echo is really nice, Intensify really nice. Overall getting like 10 to 15% back of the less damage. Arcane Surge is massive, especially if you can Spell Echo Arcane Surge. Huge combo there, so yeah. Yeah, them not being negative is huge. Doesn't do anything for this build, but in general, in terms of like caster builds that actually cast multiple things, that's pretty big. Ascendancy changes. Alright. Berserker. The Defy Pain Ascendancy has been reworked. It now causes you to gain Defiance for 10 seconds on losing life to an enemy hit, no more than once every 0.3 seconds. It also causes you to gain 3% of missing unreserved life before being hit by an enemy per Defiance, and causes you to lose all Defiance when you reach 10 Defiance. So this is Defiance of Destiny, but on Berserker, essentially, is what that's doing. Which one is that? That is Defy Pain. Defy Pain. So this one. Okay, so they're taking off the armor and all that one, and it's making you do Defiance of Pain. Time for stream start. Time for food start in a second. Okay. Chuck out the seals. Alright. The Blitz Ascendancy skill has been replaced with the new notable Gore Dancer, which grants 30% of your life leech is instant. Requires aspect of Carnage. Play the song. Where is it? I don't even know where it is, to be honest. Playlist? Oh wait, no, I'm not gonna play it because I have audio going to the VOD from Firefox, which would be bad. The 30% of life leech is instant. Okay, that's not too bad, I guess. Flawless Savagery Ascendancy skill has been replaced with the new noble Astral Fury, which causes your strike skills to also target the previous location they were used. Oh, that way. Okay. Interesting. Okay, Berserker seems interesting. I don't know if I was gonna say, I don't know if anyone figured out what to do with this, but maybe there's a purpose for it. I'm surprised Blitz is being taken away. But, okay. Flicker, kind of. Champion. The Fortify Ascendancy skill now causes you to have your max fortifications, previously 15, and nearby allies count as having fortification equal to yours. Interesting. Okay, so Champ is getting, Wait. The Fortify Ascendancy now causes you to have your max and count equal to yours? Interesting. So this is doing both of these. Alright. And then... yeah, if you get over 20, you get more. Okay. The Unstoppable Hero Ascendancy skill no longer causes nearby allies. It now grants 3% more armor and evasion per fortification above 20, and 3% increased attack speed per fortification above 20. Huh, okay. So if you stack a lot of fort above 20... there's like 5 there. The big 5 are there, and then you can get the gloves had a bunch as well. Yeah. Huh, okay. You get like 50. Gloves is 10. Shit. I mean, yeah, that's pretty nuts then. That's so much more. Lethal as well. That's crazy. That's nuts then, yeah. Okay. Enmity's Embrace? The smack yourself in the face with the fire, this thing? Yeah, I mean, it's, if you can get enough fire resist, yeah, it's pretty strong. Yeah, it's reduced, so you have to like really get a lot. Look at PoDB. PoDB is just gonna have the stuff that's in the thing here. They don't have anything new yet. Okay. The Worthy Foe Ascendancy no longer requires Conquer, and now has you taunt on hit. What? What did that say? The Worthy Foe Ascendancy skill, passive skill, no longer requires Conqueror, and now has you taunt on hit. Huh. Okay. So that taunt from there is on the there, and then they put a new note in. With the new Worthy Foe that grants having a placed banner does not prevent you gaining Valor, and banner skills have 50% increased duration. Requires inspirational. Huh. Okay. So that has the taunts on hit, and then this one is the Valor banner thing that requires inspirational. So basically, this Worthy Foe has the taunt from this, and then after inspirational here is the does not prevent gaining Valor. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Essentially, these kind of got smushed together and is here, and then this has a offshoot of it now. Huh, alright. Banner skills. More on the menu. Harmony of Purpose Ascendancy has been reworked and now causes you to gain random shrine buff every 10 seconds. Random shrine buff every 10 seconds, you say? Oh, rather than the link skills one? Alright. Maybe you can stack it. I don't know. Champ Chans to get all the shrines. Yeah, true. Become the shrine man. Staff and shirt runs like that. Hmm. The Unwavering Faith Ascendancy has been reworked and now grants 50% increased reservation efficiency of skills. Oh, they took this away and just gave you a reservation efficiency? Hmm. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I was gonna say this was a lot of recovery and stuff. Like it was good. I don't know if reservation efficiency is gonna be as good, but maybe maybe the problem with it is that it was just like too much. Oh, okay. This is what I was wondering about. The Sanctuary of Thought Ascendancy no longer provides 25% increased mana reservation efficiency of skills or 50% less mana cost, and now provides 1% mana regeneration per second. Interesting. Okay. Oh, this will be extremely expensive. So Hierophants. Where the hell was it? So this. It does gain 20% of mana as extra energy shield, 1% of area effect per 50 unreserved max mana, and then 1% mana regen. This seems kind of weak. Like, I feel like 1% mana regen is... Yeah, you get the mana as ES. You get the area effect. But the 1% mana seems like... I almost feel like this should be like... a much bigger number, but... That seems a little low. Given it's the 2-point node, but maybe they're just counting in for the mana as extra ES. Being as the good one. Same as Cloak. Yeah, I guess the big part about that is the mana is extra ES, so it's not like they want to give that much more. But I don't know, feels a little low. It could be like bigger. Okay. Add a new Sharpnel Specialist, which causes 50% chance to return to you, and projectiles fire in random directions. Okay. So 50% return on Saboteur. Cool. Explosive Expert has been replaced with Calculated Risk. I mean, true, yeah, in that sense. And it does scale, so yeah. I think it just looks small here, but I think yeah, realistically, it's probably gonna be more than it looks like to be at the moment. Calculate risk, which causes your critical strike chance to be lucky, and the damage with hits to be unlucky. Oh, interesting. This is replacing explosive. Expert on here. Yeah, I mean, that's a good node. Critical strike chance to be lucky and damage with hits to be unlucky. Get all three easily. Right, yeah, it's a really nice setup for you. I just heard something. I was like, what the hell? Okay. And it requires bomb specialist or shrapnel. Wait, what? Huh, okay.
Curse you, Bale! Where does
Interesting.
the time go, Yorkin?
Where does it go? Well, if you're Yorkin a lot, that'll do it. That will do it. Thanks so much bits for the 48 months. The double, triple, quadruple years spent Yorkin about. And the tier 3. Appreciate the fuck. This big loop on the bottom right now. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm like. So much louder without the music. It is, yeah. It is a whole lot louder without it. Yeah, I don't know. Poe 1 is so much easier to like crit cap on that I feel like this is really for a very specific like skill that's like one of those 5% base crit skills that doesn't have a range. Yeah. Crit cap and multi? Right. I mean, maybe there's a play for it. I don't know. I can't figure it out, but maybe there's a play for it. We'll wait and see. Polymath is now 2% for each one rather than 3. Wow, damn. Polymath got nerfed. Huh. I'm surprised Polymath is getting nerfed, but okay. It's still strong, yeah. I'm just surprised that it was that much. Like, it needed... You know, it's not that much. It's like 5 to 10% off, but... Runes will count as different masteries? Maybe, yeah. The Escape Artist's Ascendancy now provides +4 per 1 rather than +5, and +1 per 8 rather than 6. Okay, so just a little bit less from Escape Artist. That makes sense. I'm not surprised to see Escape Artist getting touched. Yeah, it's not that much. It goes down by a little bit. So I think that'll be just fine. I think that'll be just dandy. Elementals. The Shaper of Storm's Ascendancy no longer provides 25% more effective lightning elements you inflict with hits if the highest damage type is lightning. It now has shocks from your hits always increase damage taken by at least 25. Interesting. Interesting. So it takes you up to a base 25, no matter what you do. Aligning most either. Yeah. That's really nice, actually. That makes that node, like, really versatile. Okay. The Shaper Winter Ascendancy no longer provides 50% more cold effects. Okay, it doesn't do anything of these anymore. So is that everything? Yes, okay. Instead, it now causes enemies chilled by your hits lessen their damage dealt by half of chill effect, and enemies chilled by your hits have damage taken increased by chill effect. Interesting. So they're giving it that node. Huh. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, all damage consoles chill plus that. Okay. Cool. New in the future? Maybe. Shaper Flames, lost that. It causes enemies ignited by you convert 40% of their physical damage to fire. So all Ignite builds got 25% weaker, but defensively speaking, yeah, physical damage, as long as it's Ignite, is all fire damage. Well, the goal, yeah, the damage over time. But that's defensively, yeah, that's insane. If you take this and this, these two combined is like giga defense. Huh. Okay. The Liege of the Primordial now grants 2 max summon golems, previously 1, and grants summon golems are immune to elemental damage. Huh. I'm assuming it still does the other stuff, yeah. Okay. There was less physical damage on top of it, true. The Elemental Ascendancy passive skill has been replaced with a new notable Bringer of Ruin, which grants 66% increased mana reservation efficiency of Herald skills and 66% increased Herald skill buff. No longer requires Liege of the Primordial. Read the second golem node. Yeah, we're losing the 25 increased buff effect per summoned golem. Yeah. Yeah, that's rough. That's rough. I like these two. This hurts. So we're League starting Inquisitor. Got it. I do like this though. I like my heralds. Okay. Cause yeah, I was thinking about doing League start golems, but with that change, yeah, no, I'll do Inquisitor instead. Yeah, Herald of Ash is still on the table, especially with these two changes, maybe. The elemental mastery that causes hits to be chance to the elemental mastery that causes hits to have a chance to treat elemental monster resistance values inverted has now been changed to 15, previously 25. Damn it! That's such an easy way to not have to worry about resistances. Jank, are we janking? I'm probably just gonna start live stacking Inquisitor. Okay. 10% of Leech is instant is now 5. Okay. Like why? This one or this one? Almost mastering this one. I think it was because so many people were just picking up that node and not caring about resistances, and it was like too good for that, rather than doing curses and stuff. At 25%, it was like insanely nuts for what it was. I used it on a couple builds because it was just super fucking comfortable. In my comfort build, I'm sorry. I highly doubt most people are gonna start looking for an apostate. I think that's gonna be a limited amount of people. Might exist at all. Gambling for current damage, I guess. Oh well. Link passive mastery, the grand set of elemental ailments are inflicted on you instead of link targets has been replaced. That causes enemies in your linked beams to be unable to apply elemental elements. Huh. Interesting. Right, Vajo. No, I know that apostate price is gonna be brutal. It's fine. I don't need to like go apostate right away. Or I'll just get lucky and get my own. Ugh. By doing Uber Cortex. Unnerve enemies on hit with once has been replaced with new mastery that provides 25% increased mana reservation efficiency of skill supported by spell slinger. Okay. No one wants to do Burning Arrow. Burning Arrow needs like 50%. 32% is not enough for Burning Arrow. At least I don't think it is. Doing Maven instead of memories for boss building sense. True. Mm-hmm. Yes. Oh. Loaded for you. I don't know why my internet hates me. The fuck? Okay, maybe that wasn't my internet. Yeah, so it's not that long. I mean, it's expensive, but I mean, it kind of gets in line fairly quickly. Look at this fucking wee. 2 to 3 divine. Yeah, that's not too bad then. That's not too bad. Fucking finger in the middle of it. Yeah, I can get that. That's not. If it's like 2 divine, that's fine. I'll find that in like 3 days. So, doable. I'll take it. There's additional passive skill changes related to both casters and cold damage that we're still finalizing. Come back soon. Alright, guys. Yeah, I like good rolls, true. I mean, maybe. If there is a cold dot buff for Kata bosses, maybe. Well, maybe. Sab changes? They look decent. I don't know. This one's weird. I don't entirely know what it's good for. This one's interesting. Like, just, you know, nimmies on a shtick. Famigolem note was generic dot multi? Yeah, damage over time, I think. Bezos swoops. Get some good sleep. Hopefully you can find something you can play. Just gotta find like a easy to play build. Or controller build. Got a Bossus Elementalist. Well, we'll soon find out what happens with the Kata bosses, because I gotta scroll down. If it's there, we'll find out. Peace out, but geez, get some good sleep. Holy shit, it's already 8:30. Holy fuck. We'll get to the end of this, and then I shall break for the evening, so I can get some food. I'm like really hungry at this point. Where were we? Casters and cold. Got a bussy back in the house, maybe. Okay, unique changes. Balance of Terror unique gems. You are unaffected by freeze if you cast Frostbite in the past 10 seconds. Now correctly grants unaffected by freeze instead of immunity to freeze. Oh, interesting. Good to know. The Bitter Point unique shield has 100% spell damage per raised specter, previously 50. It no longer has 50% increased spell damage. Oh. I see. So the more specters, the more spell crit chance per raised specter. Okay. The Cane of Kolomak unique stuff can now rarely be found with 4 veiled mods. What? We don't know what its veiled mods are, right? It can be found, but we don't know what it is. We can't get hyped when we don't know what they are. Okay. It really depends on what's on them. Because what was on Bussy? Support, damage over time, cold. No. That's not right. That broke. Show me my Bussy. What's up, folks? I want to talk about... I don't want to talk about. Show me my own Cane of Kolomak. Supports, damage over time, cold. What else could I put on it? Not much, really. And we don't know until the new mods, so yeah. I didn't really need speed on it, but we'll see. I really honestly straight up. I'd love to start Catabasis to begin with, but the problem is that without knowing what the modifiers are, I have no idea if that build exists. Mega Fluid. Well, we'll see. I have no idea what this looks like. Am I excited for it? Yes. Do I know what it does? Not a fucking clue. Devouring Datum unique no longer provides +1 socketed gems. That's probably an unveiled modifier on it. It's actually really hard to replicate Cane Mutant. That's why I'm hesitant on doing it. For Bussy. Cane was like straight up better than like Giga crafted sword. Yeah, the levels and stuff. I had like a Squire sword set up with making it try to work and it still wasn't enough. Like Cane is just insane for that build in terms of value and power. So 2 previous to accuracy or attack speed just for comfort. Yeah. And well, we don't know what like the unique modifiers are either. That's the thing. For the Canes, right? The unveiled Cane stuff. There might be some stuff that they've added to it that could be like massive for it. So, and yeah, true, it could be just generic dot multi. That would be insane. If it just got generic dot multi on top of it all, it would be huge. But yeah, we'll see. I'll have to just wait and see what the Chemical and Max look like they do. This does make it can rarely be found, which makes it sound like it's... Did it just drop everywhere? Or like four mods are the Giga drop? Maybe. There's not currently one, right? Yeah. They did have the old mods, yeah, Overwatch. Got only 1 week to play the league. Don't worry, the league will still be there when you get back. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see what the new can looks like. I guess to keep the drops, probably. Maybe, yeah, maybe drops as 3 or 4. Right. Currently there is nothing. Those 3 are the best things for it. So we'll wait. We'll wait and see. I do like Bussy though. So if it turns out that that's a way to play it, then I can definitely go and play that instead. I mean, it's either gonna be, I guess League starts either Bussy or it's gonna be Livestalker. Depends on how I go about it. Ephemeral Edge now has an attack with this weapon equals 10 to 15, previously 20. Existing items can be made worse. Okay. Right, that, yeah. It would only take like 1 mod to make that build like really sick. I mean, yeah, the 2 on the offhand were nuts. Plus 2 additional projectiles, plus 1 additional specter. Those like, yeah, they might have some like insane rolls on them. Who knows? Mercenaries lot can no longer drop from the thing. Can be equipped by certain mercenaries. 8% damage from hits is taken from marked target's life before you. Okay. Interesting. The Nanier mode unique now causes spells to have 50% increased crit chance per intensity, previously 30. Existing versions can be made better. This is weird. 8% of damage from hits is taken from marked target's life before you. As in, you could mark the target and just have it, like... yeah, I was gonna say, you just shift your damage to the boss? One link Pathfinder. Attack speed, cast speed. Mark skills have 15%. Increased damage with hits and ailments against marked targets. Your marked targets transfer to another enemy when the marked enemy dies. Rigid Bond. What the hell? Weird. So you can transfer 8% of your damage taken to the boss. What a weird play. Yeah, keep the mark effect. The scales with the mark effect. It depends on if it's... yeah, I don't think it's an effect on the mark. It doesn't become like an additional, so probably not. Literally just word loop this. Make it so you're taking insane amounts of damage per second. And then just mark a target. That's so funny. I probably will have to like think about a build around that. Because that's so stupid. Just make it so you're taking like stupid amounts of damage and then just have it mark the target and then run around watching it like slowly die. Relic of the Pact. Is that damage from hits is taken? No, it's a sack. I believe. Yeah, it's life preservation, right? These spells don't even need to hit the enemy. True. Weird. Okay. We'll probably have to make a build around that, just because it's so stupid, just to stand around and be like, "Hey, I'm gonna stand over here in the corner." Whee! Queen's Hungry Body triggered offering skills now trigger in a set order rather than random every time. The unique no longer has cast speed. Huh. Auto mark and AFK simus. Literally just make yourself, like, sit there infinitely. Salty Dan.
Salty Dane raided the stream.
Dane. Appreciate the raid, Salty. Hope you're doing well. Hopefully you're hyped. Doing the hype things. Hype stuff. We're through the gym changes? I don't know what we're on. I think so, yeah. We're in the uniques. We're in the gyms. Appreciate that, Salty. Hopefully you're doing good. Hopefully your thoughts are well hyped. I know I'm hyped. I'm excited. Waiting for stupid shit to start. Also, I'm excited for dinner, but that's soon. Oh, monologue on Stream Deck. Fuck yeah. I love me some Curse Bale. Curse you, Bale. Such good stuff. What are we at? Early Clashes and Patiences. Now have one of either. Oh, okay. Increase 25 movement speed and immune to corrupting blood. 30-minute ships again, though. They probably won't be that bad. At least from, like, once you get them going, they probably do them less often. At least if the QA is anything to go by. I would assume they're not as spammed as they could be. So, better rewards, but less often. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Better rewards, better pizza, Papa John's. Every 30 minutes on timer. I mean, that's fair enough. But, like, well, who knows, right? Like, yeah, exactly. Like, how long the timer is. So, if it's, you know, if you have to send them once every 2 hours, then it's not that bad. Unless you have to, like, unless you're, like, dead set on setting them and you have to log in every 2 hours on a timer on your phone that vibrates with your, you know, desire to log in, then maybe that's a whole different thing. Once they bait the switches, who knows, yeah. You don't need pizza, but you want pizza. Pizza's good. I should make pizza next week. Yes. Yes. Does sound pretty delicious. Where the fuck is it? Yeah, I think the Relic Ashes is fine. Just getting, like, one charge that's boosted and then having use of other stuff on it is nice. That's 61 builds to reorder. Good luck, good luck. Get some food, get some sleep. Enjoy the things. I'm definitely in the hype it up for now. What's my biggest win loss? Fuck, I don't know. What has been the biggest win loss? Arcane Surge being changed is probably the biggest. And then probably the Shaper of Winter and Flame from Elementalist. And then, depending on what happens with Cane of Kolomak, that's probably my biggest change that I'm excited about. But yeah, and then yeah, Golem stacking going away from the buff, that sucks. But I think other than that, everything's pretty much fine. Yeah, I'm thinking that's everything. Yeah, no, I fucking love Ken of Colmax already, so having a having a thing that makes it even better is all for me. Yeah, hopefully Depending on what the specific modifiers, the new ones are, this could be like absolutely ginormous, or it could be absolutely shit. I don't know. Who knows? You have to sleep. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. If you're one who wants to bust out to 100, that might change. I don't know. It depends on what it does with the new way they're doing things. It may, for all we know, it might be better. Who knows what modifiers the safe houses, if they've changed them, and they might. They haven't said they have, but who knows where the XP comes from nowadays? Or maybe memories have like an XP thing on them. Who knows? Where the hell were we? Yeah, so that's relic caches. Okay, that makes sense. There is new Kirak missions, yeah. Maybe the new Kirak missions are the way to do it faster. Only played 20 hours a day. Reasonable. Reasonable way to do it. And that's what a casual. What an absolute casual. Yeah, I do my 7 hours a day. I don't do more than that. Well, League Start I do like 10, but don't go that hard. Ugh. I'm not addicted. I feel like relic caches is fine, yeah. Stop any time. I bet you can. Just one more day though. Just one more day. Stop any time, but not today. I think this is fine for relic caches. The fact that they actually get movement speed and corrupted blood is also pretty nice, so. And realistically, for most setups, you are only looking at like needing theoretically one of the charges. Like the all charges isn't that big of a thing. They did buff meteors again. They're trying to make it useful. Divination scarabs I never use. What's going on here? 3 additional packs of divination touched monsters. Divination, okay. Titan Scarab of Legends has a limit of 1, previously 2, though only 1 would have applied. Okay. Yeah, endurance is the big one for brutality endurance. Yeah. Makes sense. Cause yeah. That was bugged. Yeah, there are additional changes to scarabs that we're still finalizing. Check back soon. This must be what Octavian's currently still bashing his head against. Because Octavian said he had some stuff planned for scarabs. So I don't know if it made it into this, but he was excited. So that might be what he's still working on. We'll see. Regret orbs has been the drop chance of regret orbs has been lowered. What the hell? This chance has been distributed across the other currency items it can drop. So less regrets, more of other things. Alright. I guess we did get a lot of regrets, realistically speaking, in the long run. So it's not that bad of a thing to have less of them overall. Use gold! No. I must hoard my gold. I never use it. Well, except for trading. Weapons and armors with multiple attribute requirements now have lower chance to roll attribute modifiers. Interesting. Weapons and armor with multiple attribute requirements now have a lower chance to roll attribute modifiers. Why do I have a Discord notification? Oh. Filter blade stuff from that Discord. You're asking spamming? Yeah, I guess so. This is probably overall like a pretty good thing, because yeah, realistically you don't want that too much on those items. Life and mana leech modifiers on equipment, items, and jewels now roll as suffixes instead of prefixes. This does not affect items with such existing prefix leech modifiers. Huh. Enjoyed during the one switch. I might be gone by the time you get back. Depends on how much reading I'm still left to do. Because I am hungry myself, but we'll see. We shall see. Yeah, I mean that's good for weapons, definitely. But it does make suffixes more annoying. 3 a.m. Holy shit. Yeah, get some sleep. Get a nap in while you can. You don't wanna not get sleep. Sleep is important. Scepter stabs, rune daggers, and wands now roll attack modifiers less often. War stabs and attack daggers are unaffected by these changes. Oh, interesting. It's chill here. Thank you. We try to keep it chill. Completely unhinged, but chill. The duality of all things. Rune daggers is good. Stave's good. Wands is a bit weird. I feel like they almost just need to split wands as well. Like, we should just have like spell and attack wands at this point. Like more profit, right, yeah. Like if wands want to be the same kind of thing as like daggers and staves do, I don't see why we don't just split wands into 2 bases. Like have attack wands, have spell wands. Because it's just getting like frustrating to even attempt to do those. So staves now roll a higher tier of mana regen up to scaling at 105. Okay. Crafting bench modifiers have been increased for mana regeneration rate on 2-hand weapons. Okay. Resistance modifiers can no longer roll or be crafted on weapons. Huh. Okay. Well, that helps with a lot of crafting, doesn't it? It's like if you're looking at like fire and stuff like that, you don't land like fire resistances randomly, you're getting mostly fire stuff. Synthesized implicit resistance modifiers can also no longer. Huh. Yeah, I mean that honestly, yeah, that's actually probably way more impactful than I would even think it would be. Yeah. That's a real self pick, bro. Yeah. There's a lot of places that's like really good. Huh, okay. Cool. Yeah, I mean having an open place for leveling, but it's whatever. I'll take this for the other. Redeemer's prefix modifier on influenced helmets for physical damage taken as cold no longer has higher than expected value compared to the fire and lightning bases of equivalent helmet base, which results in a valid version having lower than expected values. Okay. Sure. That was just too high by a slight value. The veiled and crafting bench modifiers that granted area of effect and area damage, projectile speed and projectile damage, melee strike range can now roll on gloves instead of amulets. Existing items are unaffected. Interesting. This must be for... I know this one was the one that was being used for mist stuff. So I guess they're moving it off of amulets so it's no longer mist stuff. And then the melee damage, melee strike range. And area effect, area damage. Huh. I wonder if it's suffix or prefix. I think Mist is a bit more niche. I mean, Mist is probably still pretty niche as it is. It's such a rare thing and it's like really hard to craft with anyway. Direct nerf to unique gloves? Maybe. Makes it a little bit weirder. But I mean, these modifiers aren't insane. Projectile speed is used for some things, but...
After decades of waiting, I can finally start Spell Slinger Chaos Dot again.
You can. Yeah, finally can. It's finally time. I mean, honestly, yeah. It does look like Chaos Multi is in a pretty good spot for starting out with. The Veiled and Crafting Bench modifies the granted area effect and level of socketed area gems. Projectile Pierce and level of socketed projectiles. And melee strike range and level of socketed melee gems can no longer roll on gloves, though are still able to roll on helmets. Oh, interesting. Area effect and level of socketed area gems. Pierce and level of socketed projectile gems. Melee strike level of socketed melee gems. Huh, so they took it off of gloves. Interesting. Probably because, yeah. We don't know Lone Song yet. What has happened there? Self-cast Fireball Arc? I mean, with the caster changes, self-cast might actually be pretty good. There's a lot of less modifiers that have been removed and a lot more cast speed and stuff, so it'll feel better. Okay, so +2 gloves are just gone in that sense. The hybrid added elemental damage veiled and crafting bench no longer can now roll on amulets in addition to rings, shields, and quivers. Yeah. I mean, yeah, this is the spark glove, is because they use this one, right? The pierce, socket of projectiles. I was trying to think of like what uses these. I think there's a couple of trap and stuff that probably uses the area gems, and then this was by spark. Is RF also here? It might be, yeah. Oh, is it on helm? Okay. On the helmet, okay. Because it says it's still able to roll on the helmet. Okay, then yeah, that's fine. Period of helmet, period of lightning pushing. Yes, there's like some things that went into the gloves that were affected by this, but not. I think this one is mostly the spark glove. That's fine. Bargain is Flawless Breachstone, the Light of Meaning, Monochrome Valdos, Corrupted Tabula, Light of Meaning, Grand Occurs. New Purity Elementals Ascended with Herald Keystone. Yeah? Ruthless changes. What's the nerf to Elder Shaper since we exalt them now? I don't know. Probably not. Alright, Graves. Its merry monsters located around ritual altars can no longer drop omens. I see. Is the one monster balance? This? Okay. Crafting modifiers now also grant 50% increased chance for scarabs found in the area of that type of content. Huh. Okay. I do like free garbage. At a seller's device that costs 3 chaos orbs contain ore. Abyss cost 5. 3 additional abyss, more abysses. Ambush is 3. Anarchy 6, previously 2. 7 additional road exiles from 3. Damn, that's a lot more rogue exiles. It did look like that mutant, but it's probably like giga rare and ultra expensive. Beyond is 4 from 5, Blight is 3 from 4, Breach is 4 from 6, Delirium is 6 to 7, Essence is 4 from 6 and causes 3 additional, previously 4. Okay. Um, 5 to 6, 3 to 4, 3 additional versus 2. Oh wow, Harpy got actually like straight up buffed. Less cost, 3 additional, previously 2. 6 to 5, 3 to 2. I don't want to have affordable essence crafting anyway. Yeah. Fuck the essence crafting. Wait a second. Legion is 7 from 5. It makes 2 encounters from 1. Ritual is 5 from 4. Torment's 4 from 2. 8 additional tormented spirits. Wow, okay. Yeah, I mean, the memory and also then just the new crafting system using the memory stuff, the threads. If it doesn't eat away essences, then you'll see a lot more spam of that. Ultimatums 4 from 5. Okay. Focus channel is now offered to Witch and Shadow for completing a fixture of faith. Can be purchased from Clarisson, Templar, and Scion. Okay. Yeah, I mean, true. Depending on what Kirak can offer mission wise. Yeah, it's just a matter of how fast you can do them. It's just one less imprisoned, but Chaos is fairly cheap. Your map canvas now has a small rucksack of 4x5. You can store all sorts of goodies in there and then forget that they exist in there because that's what I did last league. You can now control click an option in the crafting bench interface to apply the craft without having to click craft button. No way. Look at the technology. Added quick use currency buttons to strong boxes and monsters imprisoned essences. The scarabs I'll never use. Essentially, yes. Vendor interface will now remember any text boxes. Attempting to build or upgrade a blight tower now pauses the game when using a controller. When multiple leak actions are bound to the same input, the game will now attempt to trigger each action in order until one succeeds, rather than only attempting the first action bound to the input. Oh, okay. Am I control clicking and break your gear? Well, yeah, true. Yeah, that's actually nice. Enemy and interactable targeting is now separate when using a controller, but items are able to be picked up while enemies are present and targeted. Oh, cool, nice. Various NPC dialogues, added option to hide offline members. Character limit of the box is 250, way better. Hell yeah. And reduce the text size. Okay. Microtransaction stuff and a whole lot of bug fixes. Actually, not that many. Instill flask were not being used when the conditions were met when fighting the Trial Master. Absolution minions to use skill gems if we're socket and Sphalan unique. Lightning Fall unique. Not transforming rage on melee hit passive skills. Chaining and returning projectiles could desync. Gladiators more than skill ascendancy was causing lucky blocks to be rolled an additional time. Triple lucky. You get to throw 3 dice. Oh shit. Could still receive the benefits from magmatic, notable even if they were transformed. Corpse Walker boots for each mona did not have the appropriate modifier tags. The bug with a Corpse Walker unique boost for each nearby corpse modifiers did not have appropriate modifier tags. Huh, okay. Bizarre magic. Get some good sleep. May the time travel system work wonders. Yeah, I need like food really bad. I'm 6 hours in. What the holy shit. I didn't realize I was 6 hours in. Ugh, that's so much. Glacial Cascade will not react to changes to the area effect after starting the skill. Oh, interesting. Attack speed for Blade is only using the attack speed modifier offhand, even when dual wielding or using your manhand weapon. Huh. The discharge skill used by monsters had no area effect, and as a result had no damage. Okay. Twisted Fate Islands passive was not functioning correctly with tier 17 corrupted maps. Okay. Divine Blessing supported auras could be animation cancelled before the contact point had been reached. Okay. Is there anything in here that I actually know anything about? Relic of the Pack, Black Flame. Not really. Okay. Cool. Not too bad. Let's see if there's anything new. Nope. Nothing new. So that's it. We have read the notes, understood the things, confused the minds. Probably League starting Inquisitor. Oh boy. Good times for all. Is there much more to say? I don't know. Not really. I think that might actually be it for me tonight. Because I could use some food. Food is something I don't have a lot of right now. And food sounds like a good idea. I can actually raid Mathel for once. I get to never raid Mathel because he's always on after me. So let's just do that. Yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Had a good time. Did all the things. Enjoyed fucking the hype. I'm pretty hyped. I'm pretty hyped in general for what's coming down the pipeline. I think it's gonna be pretty sick. All sorts of new stuff, new things, new exciting adventures to adventure on. Enjoy the fucking hell yeah. Yeah. The next week is pretty much just burning time. We'll do some stuff, do some things, enjoy our time, but overall. Oh, I can't raid Mathel because he has raids disabled. Alright, well never mind. That's all there is to that. I'm gonna get out of here, get myself some food. I guess do absolutely nothing tonight and just stare at the walls. Because that's fine. And, yeah. Actually, I'm going to probably eat some food and then go back to sleep for a bit because I'm actually pretty tired. I didn't sleep pretty well last night, so. Good time anyway. Good time either way. Thanks everyone for hanging out. And, yeah, I guess we'll see. In terms of like what builds and what stuff happens and how it happens and where it happens. But we'll dick around while we take apart spaceships in space. Vash, Goobs, Limes, Barrage, Bits. Thank you so much for the resubs, gifted subs, bits usages, all that jazz. I'll be back tomorrow. Usual time and place. And we'll do the usual time and thing. Hello, Dan. Goodbye, Dan. Gotta get out of here. That was 6 hours of Path of Exile 1 hype, and I am indeed hyped once again. I saw Dan. Seafoods, Sabbatis, Scouties, Virages, Greebs, D's, Limes, Adames, Cousins, SSS's, TPLs.